And just as I had released my hand
What about this one?
And
Good
take
feeling about that.
Oh wait, yes. Wait, they're both very good. I'm not sure.
I think this is yours.
Oh, that's for me to take? Okay.
Please.
It's so good I had to leave it there.
This is too early for us.
And this is too long.
Be my place.
Please fill out your raffles when you have time, okay? We'll get you a big drawing. I know you did. Oh, that's really good. Okay, we'll make sure the pens work.
Yes, it was me.
It was you. Yeah, I figured it was you.
I left a message on your answering machine at the house. That I had put that in between the storm door and the front door. Maybe you didn't get my message. Yeah.
Middle school, high school.
Hi. Oh, is it?
You're here.
Yeah, I'm here. It means I'm getting old.
We're old. We're old.
I know. I'm in the group party.
All these old
out today. I think I can do it. I'll take it.
This one's like.
When you have a second, please fill that out so we can get you
She will like show me pictures and I'm like,
Thanks, Jedediah.
Yeah, so I was wondering. Okay. Anybody else?
What's up? It's okay.
and then $15. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. No, come on in. Where did Carol go? Get started. Yeah. All right. Okay. We've got one more. I get it, Jedediah. I get it. Good morning. Come on in. How How are you? Good. Good.
Good morning. How are you? Could you sign? You already have one signed.
Yes, so she should be good. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Yeah, you good?
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Hospice of Montezuma. Thank you all for coming today. It's great to see everyone, and we appreciate you coming. So it's a lot of information that we're going to present today. And we've got a couple things that I wanted to start off with. If anyone needs a snack throughout the day, they're right over here. Bathrooms are located right around this corner, right in here, and there's one right on the opposite side. Feel free to come and go as you need, okay? So I made some notes so that I didn't forget anything. Welcome, my name is Heidi Kinsler, and it is with my privilege and great pleasure on behalf of Hospice Montezuma, excuse me, to welcome you all here today. We are delighted to have you with us to participate and share in this special occasion. Our Advanced Directives Seminar. Thank you for coming. Having you here today serves as a reminder to us just how important our work is. Hospice of Montezuma is committed to actively caring excuse me, for our community and its members and their families during uncharted times. Those that are faced with life-limiting diagnosis can still have a quality of life and the support that they require. We want all of our patients and their families to achieve comfort and peace of mind. Our mission is to provide specialized care and step-by-step assistance regardless of one's ability to compensate our agency. It is what sets us apart from other providers. We applaud you for joining us today. The conversations around planning for life's unexpected twists and turns are very difficult. Excuse me. Being able to communicate your medical preferences in advance ensures that your wishes are, excuse me, are honored. Today we have speakers that are experts in their fields, and they have generously donated their time and knowledge to help you through this planning process. I'd like to take a moment to thank our wonderful team for making Advanced Directives possible. Our skilled board members our skilled board of directors, Rodney Cox, Darren Dennison, Beverly Ertel, Keenan Levitt, Janet Nisley, and Brenton Wright and Bentley Colbert, and Walmart of Cortez for the monetary donation to help provide refreshments for everyone here today. Hospice of Montezuma is not possible without the support of our community and its members. You all in front of you will have a checklist, a schedule of today's events, information on our organization, a raffle ticket for drawings that will be held. So the little blue ticket that everyone has, if you have not yet dropped that in a bucket, somebody will be around shortly to collect that from you. That we will be holding during breaks, and there's also a place to take notes. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Carol Baumgartner. Carol is the executive director here at Hospice of Montezuma. Carol has worked for Hospice for 20 years, being hired as a contract bookkeeper in 2003. She continued adding hours and responsibilities until she was hired as the assistant director in 2007. Carol has served as interim director twice before accepting the executive director role in 2017. Carol jokes that she has done every job in the agency except for direct patient care. Carol's background is accounting, working for CPA firms for 17 years before coming to Hospice of Montezuma. She advocates and allocates funding to patient direct care before any other area and is proud to give back to our community. She has done so through food drives, sponsoring children's growth and development, and lending her team to those that need help in areas in which we specialize. Carol was raised in Cortez and on the Snyder Farm and Ranch, north of Cortez. She and her husband Duffy have 3 children and 1 grandchildren. Please give a warm welcome to Carol Baumgartner.
I didn't write anything down because after 20 years, I can make it up. And as Audrey can tell you, I can talk for way longer than they allocate. So if you see Heidi throw something at me, then you'll know why. So hospice in Montezuma, nobody ever wants to talk about it because if you talk to hospice, you might die. And I'm just gonna, I always like to break the ice by telling you, you are going to die, even if you don't talk to me. I know that's a disappointment, but what I learned at Hospice Montezuma, because we have a lot of employees that have been here, we have 2 nurses that have been here longer than I have. We have a lot of very long-term employees because when you come here, it's very much a passion to help people in our community. And, Cortez, Montezuma, and Dolores counties, very special area to live, very unique needs of this area. And so as we were, going along doing our work, helping people with end of life, we figured out that there was a lot of other areas that we specialize in that we could share with our community. And so our board has always been committed to that. How do we give back to our community? Because our goal is to support this area, not to, worry about what our profit is. We do a lot of fundraising, we do a lot of grant writing to make that possible, so that people who need our care don't have to worry about that. My husband always says, you should tell people it's free, because he knows that's my favorite word. Free, I love free. But there, we're going to always find a way to help anybody that comes to us, regardless of whether they qualify for hospice or they don't qualify for hospice. We work on building our resources, and today is a perfect example of that. Is we find that as we're going in to help people with their end-of-life quality goals, they maybe haven't thought about some of these questions. What are the things that is going to make this easier, not just for you, but particularly for your family and those caring for you, that, what is going to make that easier so that you can have a quality end-of-life experience and your family can. And so we're very passionate about Advanced Directives Day. We were sad that we couldn't do it during the COVID time. And so we were happy when we were able to start it up again last year. And the thing is, you are going to get a lot of information today. A lot. And so one of the things that we always want to remind you is when you go home and you start thinking about this and you're kind of like, what should I do next? Call us, because that's one of the things that we do is we have staff that will help direct you. We can't give you legal advice or medical advice or, some of those things that are out of your scope that you're going to hear, but we can help you with the next step and tell you where you need to go next, or what you need to be looking at, or ask you the right question that you may need to know. And so, welcome. I'm so glad that you could all come today. I'm very excited to hear how our speakers are today. Always a lot of new information every time, and welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, so without further ado, we're going to get to our first speaker of the day. So I'd like to read you her quick bio just so that you have a background. Nerea Akers serves as a support service specialist, grief counselor, massage therapist at Hospice of Montezuma. She began her work at Hospice of Montezuma as a massage therapist for hospice patients in 2013. As a licensed massage therapist, she has offered massage therapy in Cortez County and La Plata County in assisted living and skilled nursing facilities, and also provides mobile massage home visits while maintaining her private massage practice at One Heart House, Nerea's Community Wellness Center in Mancos, Colorado. Naria also offers grief counseling and facilitates women's bereavement groups meetings at Hospice of Montezuma. She is a graduate of Boldly Embodied Life, Elevate Coaching and Facilitator Training Program, and she is a graduate, of the Taos Bay Living Vision Transformational Trainings in Durango, Colorado, and served on their coaching staff for 5 years. She is also a graduate of a 3-year pronounce it for me, Nuria. Homakai? Oh. Hakomi, thank you. Body-centered psychotherapy program. Nuria holds a Master's of Education in Special Education. Let me get it here. Nuria's passion is for social justice and is focused on the idea of a good death. She sees death as a threshold moment and creating community support for people to be able to grieve in a healthy, transformative way. Welcome, Nuria, please.
I didn't expect that. Didn't know that was coming. That's really fun. Oh, I forgot to put this over there. Welcome this morning. I'm so delighted to see so many of you here, and just really want you to feel welcome in this place and in this building and as part of this community. I need to put this on or it's not going to help him. Yeah, we're just really glad that you had the courage to come here and be here today and start to take a look at how you can nourish your life by facing your death, and how you can start to prepare your family, your friends, your community, and leave a legacy for them is really a way that I like to talk about it and think about it, is that when we step into advanced directives, we're really stepping into a leadership role, and we're stepping into a place of responsibility for what we want to leave our community, and what we want to leave our families, and how we want to be remembered, and also how we want to be part of creating a culture that is healthy around how we support people in grief, how we support people in having a good death. So what Heidi read is really true for me. I think that there are ways that we can prepare and set the fertile ground for that threshold, for that transition that we will face at some point in our lives, at the end of our lives, yeah? So I get the privilege of talking about the support services that we offer at Hospice of Montezuma, and then I'm going to talk about the art of difficult conversations and offer you some resources about that. So what I want to tell you so many things about the things that we offer at support services for Hospice of Montezuma, because it goes beyond what we offer just our hospice qualified patients and families. We've opened up a whole community bereavement program. We can do that as a nonprofit. And so we're really excited to serve lots of people in the community before they come into a hospice situation or needs for hospice. So we're really here to support the community in creating a healthy culture around grief, around bereavement, around families being supported and connected, caregivers being supported and connected, people who are at the end of their life and facing their death to be supported and connected with their community, with their families. And sometimes we need little help with that because of the phobia around death and people not willing to face it or turn towards it before it's too late. So again, we are here. We are the folks that are showing up today to actually face into it and create a better culture around it. And we have this amazing group of people here at Hospice of Montezuma who are so kind and so caring and so compassionate. And I want to introduce you to them. I want to introduce them to you so that you have a sense of the kind of services we're offering. So the first person is Sunny Bossenmeyer, of course, who has been here for so long and supported so many people in the community with her just profound service as a bereavement and grief counselor. And she has been a tremendous mentor for me. When you look at the list of documents that you can order to support your advanced directives from us, this one, the advanced directives checklist, most of these things have been developed and written by Sunny. So she is an amazing resource in the community. She has 2 pet projects. I say that as a pun because one of them is Pet Peace of Mind, is a program she's just started this year, which is for people in the community who get too sick to care for their animals. So if someone gets too sick to care for their animals, we have volunteers who will come and feed their animal, walk their animal. I'm talking most just cats and dogs. I know there's like a huge gamut here in this community as far as what animals and pets you may have, but cats and dogs, cleaning up after that animal. And then if the family can't take care of that animal or adopt it, then we have fostering, we have volunteers who are willing to help rehome that animal. So Pet Peace of Mind is one of our support services that we offer. We also offer a senior wellness enhancement and education program. That is our SWEEP program. And Sunny offers that every first Monday of the month. Okay, so every first Monday of the month, we have about 40 seniors come into this room, and they get to learn about things that are going on in the community, events that are going on in the community that they can attend. We have guest speakers come from the library, from the sheriff's office, we had a dog trainer come, different speakers who come and give information so that seniors know what resources are available in the community and what kinds of events they can attend. Pamela Lutz in our front office is an amazing resource person, and she puts together, every month she puts together a monthly calendar of all the events going on in Cortez. So if you have events that you want seniors to attend, you can let Pamela know, and she can add that to our calendar that we provide to seniors every month. So those are some of the new programs that have started here. Another of our support services team is our coordinator, of course, the guy in charge of all of us, which is Ian Hyde. He is also a chaplain, and so he serves both as a chaplain, as the coordinator. He does bereavement and grief support with people, and he also is our volunteer coordinator. So if you are interested in volunteering for hospice, we will find the perfect job for you. We have a whole range of ways that people can volunteer and contribute to this organization and to their community and serve their community. So I mentioned we have a chaplain program. And our other chaplain is Jane Martinez. I also serve as a chaplain. This is the spiritual health, spiritual support aspect of what we do here at hospice. And we're non-denominational. So we sit with people and we talk about what their faith belief is or what their spiritual belief is, or and how that can support them and comfort them as they navigate this time in life. We can ask, we have the capacity and can hold space to ask you questions about what you believe will happen after death, what you believe will happen at death, and be able to really draw comfort from your spiritual belief or your religious belief, or help you reconnect with your church community, or all of the things. That's what we do as we offer spiritual care here as chaplains. And then, like I mentioned, also we have bereavement and grief support. And that is something we offer. We offer one-on-one, either through phone calls, or you can come in and have a session with one of us, with Ian or myself, or we have another person on board now. His name is Derek Streeter, and he's also been just a wonderful addition to our community here at hospice. And he calls and checks in on people and sees how they're doing. And also, again, like I said, we offer the one-on-one counseling, and then we offer support groups. So he is part of facilitating the support group with Sonny Bossenmeyer for our men. So our men's bereavement support group meets every Friday from 2 to 3 o'clock. And it's just a great place to come in and be able to be supported and listened to, and to be able to have a conversation about grief and about what's happening for you. I facilitate the women's bereavement support group, and that happens every fourth Wednesday of the month from 1 to 2:30. Really wonderful group of women, some of them are here today, that come together to just inspire and encourage one another as they go through that process. I have women in that group who come because their husbands have entered Alzheimer's dementia, and so they're grieving the loss of that relationship. So even before, we can talk about grief, and we can talk about how life is changing and transitioning and reaching this threshold, and how to step across it in a way that is healthy and helps you recover. So recover leads me to, we also have a caregiver support group that meets every second Wednesday of the month from 1 to 2:30. And this is our way of supporting caregivers in the community, not just for our hospice families, but for anyone in the community that is caring for someone, caring for a parent or a spouse or a child or a sibling. Caregivers can come in and they can get education and tools and support around how to keep their own self-care during that process, and so they don't go down with their person. So to how to care for themselves and to avoid getting burned out. And how to just kind of keep sane and hear from other people about who are on the similar journey, who are in the same place, going through the huge giveaway and the noble, heart-centered giveaway of caring for someone that you love who's sick or dying. So all of those things are available through our support services. We also have a team of social workers, family support people who work with our hospice families and patients. More specifically on things like advanced directives, all of us are available to help you with that. In preparing to go and have it completed by the attorney, we can talk to you about even brainstorming and getting clear and talking through what you would like to see happen for your funeral plans, for your celebration of life or your memorial, for what you would like to be in your eulogy, for how you would like to be remembered, for anything that you would like to make sure you have reconciled before you leave your body, to be able to just have some time to sit and talk about how you would like to be treated if you lose your ability to communicate, which is the big one, which is the one where it's like why we say you're never too young to start doing your advanced directives, because at any time you could get into a situation where you couldn't communicate what kinds of medical interventions you would like to receive or not receive. So that's why we offer these advanced directives, because we want people to get those into place so that you can maintain your sovereignty and be able to have say in your medical treatment at the time when you're not able to communicate verbally about that anymore. And we never know when that's going to come. So again, these advanced directives really help to nourish you in your life, in your sense of who you are, what's important to you, what your values are. And I didn't finish talking about the family support and who we have as our social workers, so I want to name them also. We have Hallie Kagan that's working with us. We have Judy Wolf, who worked for the tribe for a long time as a nurse. And we also have Rick Meredith. And Rick Meredith helps people also, and Ian Hyde are really good with working with veterans and making sure that veterans and their veteran families get all of their benefits. So some more of those logistical things, Medicaid, Medicare, just making sure that you are getting all the support that is available to you in the community. Okay? So that's all what I have to say about our support services that we offer here at Hospice of Montezuma. Please call in and take advantage of it and come in and talk with us. And we are here to guide you and here to support you and here to explore with you so that you feel confident about moving through this process. We're even good people to call if you get stuck, right? Like, okay, this is overwhelming, this is a lot of stuff to work through, and we can walk through it with you and step through those doors with you, okay? With that, I get to kind of switch gears. Okay, let's see if I covered everything. Yep. Oh, I also wanted to mention too, like today, we have other educational offerings throughout the year. So if you're checking in with our Hospice of Montezuma website, or if you're checking in with our Facebook page, that's a good place to see where there's different events being offered. Like we've already offered in Advanced Directives, smaller concentrated group this year, things like that. Or we offer a caregiver education support days. So be checking in with those to see what other educational opportunities there are for you to support you. Okay. So, I'm going to talk about some conversation resources for your advanced directives. What this is about is that I recognize that you may be the person in your family who is starting these conversations, and that may not be easy for you, that you might meet resistance from family members and other people in your family that don't want to talk about your death. They don't want to talk about you leaving. They don't want to talk about what might happen and when it happens and if it happens. You know, they figure we don't need to do this yet. And so the idea of these resources is to help you have some, again, support to be able to have these conversations and talk through things with your family members or your friends or whoever you are designating as your power of attorney. Even to be able to talk with your spouse, right? And your life companion, who it's going to be the most difficult for them to let go. So the first is this. I love this book. Somebody gave me this book years ago, and it really changed my conversation with my parents and my relationship with my parents. So it's called The Other Talk. It's put out by AARP. And what I love about this book is that it just helps to start to address some of the issues that come up. So it has 3 parts to it. The first one, the reason why it's called The Other Talk is because the first talk is about the birds and the bees and like what's going to happen in life. And then at the end of life, it's the other talk, right? That's why it's called The Other Talk. So part 1 is about why have the other talk. So this helps to answer the why do we have to talk about this question. Recognizing the negative consequences of silence, of not saying anything, appreciating the benefits of family collaboration, and navigating the baby boomers' perfect storm. So those are the topics in the first part of this book. And then Second part is talking about getting ready for the other talk. So how do you get ready? Suggestions for how to set the stage for the talk, getting your documents in order. And then they even have like some scripting ideas of like things that you could say or phrases that you could use to arrange that time and the environment and the setting that you want to do that in and have that talk in, and how to ask for time to have that talk with your loved one. And then part 3 is turning the other talk into an action plan. So financing for your uncertain future, selecting the best living arrangements, getting the medical care that you need, taking charge at the end of your life, so that all is taken care of. And that allows you to be there for your kids emotionally as a parent and not spending your time on paperwork or being in a financial crisis. Because as you may have experienced, the financial crisis is real as far as all the paperwork and all the things you have to do. And there's just a lot of different people coming at you, and it's... So again, we're here to help you with that and help you navigate that. Then the second is from a website. So I can just give you the website, and it's from a group called the Conversation Project. So you would just put in theconversationproject.org, and this is from the NHDD. And then you have advanced care planning. But if you probably just go to the Conversation Project page, you can look at what they have to offer as far as advanced care planning. They have lots of things on that page. And it's, again, scripted things to help you think about what matters to you. What does a good day look like for you? What are your favorite activities? Again, things that when you get to that nonverbal stage, you want people to keep doing for you. You want them to know what's important to you and what brings you joy. Yeah, so knowing what supports you in difficult times. Is it your faith? Is it your family? Is it your friends? Is it your pets? Like, what can people bring to you to provide comfort to you? What matters to me through the end of your life? So being able, and we'll talk about a little bit more about that at the end too, but what matters to you? Well, how do you want to spend your time? How do you want to spend your days? And really thinking about it now before you're in a situation where you can't really think about that. You really need to have other people thinking and supporting you in doing those things. So again, they have guides for planning your talk, about how you would feel about certain situations that could arise in the future or toward the end of life, who will make the medical decisions when you're not able to, what kinds of medical treatments do you want in cases of serious illnesses, what's your preferred living situations or dying situations, where would you like to be, how would you like to be taken care of. And then just really encouraging you to start talking about the who and the where and the when. And it always seems too soon until it's too late. So, yeah. And then, again, they give you some scripting at the Conversation Project about some things that you could say to start talking. You know, I need your help with something. Can you and I have a conversation about this? I was thinking about what happened to so-and-so, and it made me realize that I would like to start looking at these things and talking about these things. And then also to keep talking. So having that first initial conversation and then deciding when a good time would be to talk again. Yeah? So keeping that going. I have a handout here that you could that I could give to you or provide to you again through the advanced directives checklist and the printing costs for that. But it's a conversation. They're conversation scripts basically, and they are from the Commission on Law and Aging. So that's where you can go online to the Commission on Law and Aging. and the American Bar Association. So they have a whole consumer's toolkit for healthcare advanced care planning. So that's also a great resource. I was just on there yesterday. Good things. And then the other thing that we have available and that we use here at hospice is called the Go Wish game. So you can get this through what's called the CODA Alliance, CODA, CODA Alliance. And what this has in here is different cards that say, like, to be able to talk about what death means, or to pray, or to have an advocate who knows my values and priorities. So what you're doing is you're going through and you're going to sort these cards into very important, somewhat important, and then not important. And then you're going to choose your top 10, and you're going to use them as talking points as you're having the conversation with people in your family. It's a great game for everybody in the family. It's a great way to just get those conversations started. So there's like 56 choices of things that might be important to you or might be a value for you, and you get to sort them into your own piles of very important, somewhat important, not important at all, and then choose your top 10 so you have a clear sense of what is important to you and what takes priority over other things, yeah? So those are just the beginning of things that might help you with getting into that conversation and feel comfortable and supported and know what you're doing. We've also partnered with this group. You got a flyer for them, My Directives. Also, great resource online. And we're partnering with them also to help you through this process. So make sure you just use the resources, and if you have more questions about it, please give us a call here at hospice, and we're happy to sit with you and walk you through it. That's what we're here for, and that's what our hearts are for, really, in this community. So thank you so much, and again, thank you for being here this morning and taking the time out to start to address and lean in to this process. And I wish you the best. We're here to support you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can I steal my papers?
Oh, yeah. You don't want me to take these?
Please don't. I'll be lost, Maria.
I know.
Thank
You're like,
you very
don't pick
much.
everything
Yes.
up.
It's okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Did you have some questions for Nuria?
Yeah.
You said Facebook. Do you do Instagram?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Yeah. These ladies can tell you all about it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
All right. So,
Yeah.
one thing you did forget was the microphone.
Okay.
Can I borrow that from you?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So our next speaker today was going to be Kinsey Ertel. She had another family obligation today and isn't able to join us, but she sent somebody that is equally qualified on her behalf. Beverly Ertel is a third-generation resident of this area. Beverly is an advocate for pre-planning and having valuable conversations that will ultimately ensure the healthy progression through a time that can be riddled with uncertainty. She has served on the board of directors at Hospice in Montezuma starting in 2003, holding various positions as president and director, and will conclude her current term in June. She is passionate about planning and education, serving her community, and currently is the office manager at Ertel Funeral Home. Beverly lives in Cortez with her husband, Keenan, works alongside her daughter, Kinsey, and son-in-law, Donnie, at Ertel Funeral Home. Her son, Tyson, lives in Grand Junction, and as I've heard firsthand, she's the best grandmother ever. Welcome, Beverly.
So when you show up at the door, I'm done, right?
Yes.
Thank you all for being here today. I can't tell you how it warms my heart that all of you are willing to start walking forward and looking at this end of life decision-making, planning, and you know, the idea that someday each one of us is going to walk through this. You know, Nerea said just about everything I was going to say. I don't know if she saw my notes or if we were just telepathic yesterday, but she did say so much of what I've come to know about death. And I'll have to tell you that, well, I've been at the funeral home for over 30 years. And one of the biggest gifts it has given me is an absolute comfort and appreciation of death. And it is a process, as Carol said, that we're all going to do. But the other side of that is that how do we go into that? And how do we go into that as personally or as a family member? And you know, one of the things that's pointed out is usually we're met with fear. And so, you know, in my thinking about, you know, where I was going to go with all of this is fear is the one thing that usually stops us from being able to move forward. It tells us a lot of different things, but the definition of fear is a distressing emotion aroused by impending danger, evil, pain, or loss, whether the threat is real or imagined. And I'm going to have to tell you, most of my fears, probably 75% of my fears are imagined, because I'm future thinking. I'm in the what ifs. It isn't about that I'm standing in the middle of Main and Market and a bus is barreling down on me. It's more about the things of the future, that I don't have a crystal ball and I don't know how it's going to go, you know. And so I find that I can, you know, become paralyzed by inaction because of that fear. So when fear of future events has us overwhelmed by crippling emotions, oftentimes when we arm ourselves with information and choices, we are able to minimize the desire to run away or avoid. And that's I think our whole purpose here today. Each and every one of us, whatever our topic is that we just want to help to make you informed of resources or of information or actions that you can take that then put you in a position of feeling like you have power within that situation. I've brought a contact sheet that's over on the table there that, you know, I know that, again, we're all bringing a lot of information, and what we would offer at Ertel Funeral Home is that after some of these thoughts swirl around for a little bit and some of them find a landing spot, there's bound to be questions that have come up. What if? I hadn't thought about, or I'm ready. You know, and then if you'd like to leave your name and your phone number, we'll give you a call, you know, and our job, again, is just to provide information. It isn't about selling. It isn't about cornering anyone into, you know, into something that they're not ready. It's about answering questions. And the way we feel that we serve our families best is when they can leave our establishment feeling like they've been empowered with information to make their own choices. And every family is very different, and different choices need to be made. But we appreciate that idea that you go A to Z. You can do just about anything, and we can provide that information. One of my favorite sayings is, everything I know I learned in kindergarten or at the funeral home. And I have to tell you, in my 30 years, I have been so graciously educated by the families that I've had the opportunity to sit with. I get kind of emotional about it because it's been such a profound gift that's been given to me. They thought I was sitting there consoling them, and they're educating me on life and on dying. And I can't tell you what that means to how I approach life and how I approach people and how I approach people after a loss. Some of you will know that you've lost somebody really close to you, a parent, a spouse, a child. And 95% of the people that come up to you and talk to you have no idea how you feel. They know how they feel, and they're only able to project what they feel. And what I know is that this isn't something that you get over. It's something you get through. And you'll never be the same. I'll never be the same daughter that my mother's gone. You know, I now live a life, you know, walking through without a mom to call and ask questions. I can't call my dad. I can't call my mother-in-law and father-in-law. My life is forever altered. And those that have lost a spouse, you really know how life has changed, and has changed you profoundly. I've learned, the older I get, the more it takes two to make a whole. One has health and mobility, the other has memory. One has eyesight, the other has hearing. And it seems to play out, you know. And so when we lose a spouse, when we lose someone, we just don't lose that soulmate. Sometimes we lose half of our skill sets that we're operating through. And so, you know, if I have mobility issues and I've lost my spouse, my partner, then all of a sudden I don't have the ability to get around or get chores done or you know, grocery shopping done, whatever. It alters everything exponentially. I was taught by an 86-year-old mother that her 65-year-old son, who had just passed, would always be her little boy. And that's probably one of the most profound things that I've learned in my time there, is that our roles that we become through our lives really say a lot, and that our children will always be our kids. And sometimes it makes these conversations more difficult to have, because the children, again, I will always be their mother. And so to have a discussion that their mother is going to die can be a really difficult thing that they don't want to hear and they don't want to discuss. And so how do I, and Nuria brought some of these things forward, how do I begin these conversations with these kids that their mom's going to die? And these are her wishes, and I'd really like them to be a part of it. And, you know, those are just the little things that I've been gifted through my life at the funeral home. I have also witnessed the dynamics of families who have been unable to discuss end-of-life plans, and those who have been fortunate enough to have these conversations. And the way the families kind of leave the funeral home and the saying goodbye and the planning and whatnot are exponentially different when there have been conversations, and when the family is left trying to guess, what would mom want? I don't know what mom wanted, you know. Mom hated crowds, you know, all the conversations come in. But sometimes we get to have that opportunity where what we really do is say, Mom said. And Kinsey shared last year a story about her grandmother, Bobby Jo Ortel, who had always sent to Kinsey recipes that she cut out of magazines. And at one point, Kinsey lived in Grand Junction, so she'd mail them to her. And one day, Kinsey gets an envelope, and she's just assuming that it is another batch of recipes. And she opens it up, and Bobby Jo had written out all of her wishes around her funeral. Now, for whatever reason, she decided that Kinsey was the one that she was having the conversation with. And she wrote it all out. And so when it came time to plan Bobby Jo's funeral, Kinsey's going, here's the list. She told us, you know. And we weren't left with any questions of what should we do? Is this right? Did she want cremation? Did she want burial? Did she, you know, we were well advised. So one of the things that I'm, you know, that we're all bringing around in these conversations is the, you know, what does pre-planning this event really look like? And one of them is about gathering information. It's about having those conversations and saying, this is what I believe in. These are my values. This is what I hold true. Sometimes we get, as we age and get older and closer to death, we start really realizing that on our part, it doesn't matter. Because, you know, whatever our faith beliefs are, we see ourselves nearing the end. And sometimes we see these things as not mattering. But what we do find is it matters greatly to the family members in how they are able to grieve and heal and build into a new life without this person. So the conversations, you know, truly do allow for me to say a lot of things about what's important to me. One of the other aspects of that is it gives us ample time. When the notes are made, it gives us ample time to put things into events in celebrations of life. You know, speaking on the funeral home side, you know, there really isn't much that we can't do as far as celebrations of life. We've always seen ourselves as can-dos and not know people. And so, you know, I was reflecting, and I think a lot of you probably know my husband, Keenan, and he is absolutely in love with and devoted to fireworks. And anything that blows up and explodes and makes a big boom is just always fueled his life. And he's been responsible for the fireworks shows in Cortez for a lot of years up until recently. And, you know, I was thinking, you know, if I were in the position of having to put together a celebration of life for Keenan, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a fireworks show. And I'm pretty certain, I mean, we've got a few ins, but I'm pretty certain that if I went to the funeral home and said, this is an important aspect of his service, can you help to put this together? The first thing they're going to say is, we're going to do everything we can. And they'll get a hold of the fire department, they'll put everything into place. But sometimes we just have to, if we have time to think, we have time to dream. And, you know, it's like, the saying goodbye is we get one chance. You know, we have this celebration or this gathering, and this is our chance where we try to embody that person that we're saying goodbye to. And, you know, with enough time, we can make those things happen. Sometimes as we get to the end of our life, we start saying, I just don't want to be a bother. I don't want to be a bother. Well, you know what I do know, and what I have seen over and over is that when I start telling my family, I don't want to be a bother, don't do anything, I've handcuffed them. And I have heard so many people sit in my arrangement conference say, he said not to do anything, and he would be really angry with me if I did. And they do nothing. And they're stuck. And, you know, I can't tell them that they should honor their own needs, because they're already bound to this thought. But if we have conversations ahead of time, we can begin to say, I hear what you're saying, but, you know, this is what's important to me. You know, this is what I need to do for me and for my children to be able to move on, to honor your life, to do the things that these celebrations are intended to do. So if we start ahead of time, we allow those conversations to happen where we're not so stuck into feeling like that we're just absolutely trapped in somebody else's. Probably, you know, a lot of times there's just not a whole lot of ego that gets tied into our dying. You know, we're ready to go, and we know we're going to be okay. It's what it's the ones left behind. The other aspect that we talk about, and part of this pre-planning is the pre-funding. And Nuria referred to that as well. You know, that it can be a financial burden. And there's oftentimes ideas about how much something will cost. You know, what we usually find is it's not nearly as expensive as people will come to us thinking that the service that they want is going to cost. The other part of it is that with some time ahead, there's the opportunity for pre-funding. And we like to help you know that when we pre-fund a service, the money never stays with the funeral home itself. The state of Colorado, years and years and years and years ago, legislated that any monies that a funeral home takes for pre-planned services has to be held within a fiduciary holding. We have chosen the form of insurance, and it's a simple policy that is for a face amount. It grows over the period of time. The thing that I like to let people know is that yes, we are a mobile society, and should you think that you're going to stay here forever, but somebody decides that you need to be in Missoula, Montana, that policy will go with you. And that's an important aspect, because in today's news, funeral homes don't have the best reputation. And you know, those are topics that, just like, you know, a lot, you need to discuss that. And you need to discuss that with your funeral home. How long have you been here? Why? You know, why do you do what you do? Why is your pricing the way you price? Why? You know, and usually what you'll be able to do is sift through who your reputable providers are, whether it's funeral home, hospice of Montezuma, you know, your oxygen care. You know, you start asking these questions. But so one thing that we take in pride in at Ertel's is we've been here for 103 years. It's a family legacy, and you know, I didn't know Keenan's grandfather, but what I do know is a lot of the things that we still do, he instilled in 1921, and most of those are about the care, dignity, and respect of the decedent and of the families, and living in a community. You know, I go to the grocery store. I'm going to run into Donna there. Am I going to be able to look her in the eyes? You bet, because I'm part of this community and she is, and I know that, you know, that on any scope, I've been upfront and open and honest with her, and that's an important aspect for a funeral home. You know, it really is. I think that, you know, that I can stand here and talk for quite a while until Heidi shows up at the door, or, you know, the other part of it is there is no clock, so I have no idea where I'm at in this. But I thought, you know, maybe the better part of this is that I open this up for your questions and see if there's anything that I can you know, kind of on the spot answer, or again, I encourage you to use our sign-up sheet and let us set up a time where we can just sit down and have this, you know, your conversation. So, are there any questions? Yes?
May I just thank you on behalf of Montezuma County and our community for everything that you've done. Over the years, of course, I've had different family members, friends, events that have come up, you know, last minute types of things, people that I haven't even known that I have been all of a sudden in contact with, deceased. And thank you for all of your care, your compassion, and everything you've done.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I have to tell you that I am truly humbled by my relationship with Ertel Funeral Home and with this community. You know, it's just that and it isn't anything that I invented. It's something that is so generational with us. And it humbles me to be of service, you know, collectively to the community and individually to the, you know, to the families. It truly is humbling. Yep.
On that insurance policy that you have
Mm-hmm.
at Ertils, what should be the face value? What do you recommend?
You know, generally what we would do is we would sit with you and you would tell us what you envision, what you see for your final goodbye. And then we can kind of help put together the figures to that and help arrive at a face value to start with. We have had over the years real good fortune that the policies have grown and kept up with the rate of inflation, and sometimes it's exceeded it, where families actually end up with, you know, with extra money to work with around the services that we're putting together. But the easiest way to say is really we just need to help kind of get a generalized idea of what it is you're wanting, and then we can help determine that face value.
Well, I would like to say that when my sister had to go to the nursing home and we had to liquidate all her assets, that was the one thing. You can't get a life insurance policy, that's an asset. So you can put that money that she has into this insurance thing, and that's where we were able to do that. And that it's wonderful because it's gained, and she's only 70, well, she's 79, so, you know, but I'm the power of attorney, so I have to keep all that, and then, so it is a great thing. I didn't know about it until.
And so what she's speaking of is the Medicaid spin down that families will oftentimes find themselves in that deal, that someone is going into the nursing home or into a facility, and they really don't have much money, but they have too much money. And in order for Medicaid to step in and be of assistance for that funding, then they require that the family do a spin down. And one of the things they allow is to put money aside into this insurance policy. And the thing that makes it different is it's irrevocably assigned to the funeral home. So it does not allow families to be able to come in and cash it out and take the money, which had been a problem over a number of years. So the Medicaid system has come up with this fix in a spin down that you can plan for your final expenses and have it where you're able to, you know, where it is not a burden, but it is no longer an asset to the recipient. Yes?
Yeah, I also want to thank you for your service. I know that there are options. There are funeral homes in Durango and in Blanding, and for 18 years I worked as a nurse for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, and I've gone to many funerals. And the Ute funerals are typically 3 hours long. And most of them were my clients that I've had for years and years. So I really appreciate the way you can't put a price on dignity and respect.
Right.
And the people that came to retrieve the body, they always had suits on. They had that nice quilt that goes over the gurney. It was just really comforting from the get-go, you know, a difficult situation. And so I witnessed it over 18 years, the way that all your workers treated the tribal members, and I really appreciated that.
Well, thank you. We certainly appreciate our relationship with the Ute Mountain Utes. They're such special people, and again we've been, you know, this is the one situation where the last people you really want to do anything with, you're inviting into your home, and for a short period of time, we become part of the family. And just like that example, you know, the different cultures within our area, you know, we're invited in and we adapt to the culture that we're serving, not a regimented idea of how we're supposed to go in. It's there, you know, there's very different needs for the Ute Mountain Utes than there might have been for my mom, you know. So thank you for that.
Long funeral.
Long funeral. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else? Yes?
Did I hear you mention that a long-term policy or a funeral policy with you is mobile in case it takes it out one place, it would go someplace else?
It does. It does. It is, while it may be irrevocably assigned to us, it doesn't mean that we're the only ones that can get the money. So if they were to move, like I say, to Missoula, Montana, that policy without a hiccup or an interruption will be immediately available.
So if that was to happen, then that funeral home would just get in touch with you and transfer it, or the family would at least need to know that, right?
The family wouldn't need to know that, but you know what we do find is that important papers. You know, I'm the world's worst. I have a stack on my kitchen counter, and I start going through the trash, and I'm sorting, and I'm not sorting real good, and I've thrown away the thing I should have kept, and I've kept the thing I should have thrown away. So families don't always have the insurance information, you know, the policy itself. But if they come to us or another funeral home and say, she had a policy with Homesteader Life, then we've got a place to start. They say, I know she's got a policy with Homesteader Life, and this is the policy number, even better. But the truth is that so often is that we go looking just by verbal information. And so it's always good if you've got that paperwork, but if you don't, we're very resourceful people.
Well, I keep a book. Hopefully the kids that won't listen will find what they need to know in the book.
Right.
That policy was in that book.
There you go. Very good. Anything else? All right. Well, I want to thank all of you for having me here today. As I say, it humbles me to be a part of Ertel Funeral Home. It has humbled me to be a part of Hospice of Montezuma for so many years. You know, I believe in death, and I believe in the process that we do to get there. And Hospice of Montezuma has that. They have that down really, really well. I believe in the process after the death. And I know that we at Ertel's do it very, very well. And it humbles me whenever I'm invited to be a part of that and to be of service to you. So thank you for having me today.
All right. So we're going to take a quick break because we know that this is a lot of information to absorb. So get up, move around the room, definitely grab a snack. We're going to do a drawing. So today we've got a couple of items that we will be giving out as a perk to being here because we realize it's a long day. So we have a couple of items. One of them is this toolkit that Naria referenced earlier. It's all the information that has been put together by our people here at Hospice of Montezuma, mainly Sunny. She's a wealth of knowledge on this, has been doing it for many, many years. Then we've got something that is called 5 Wishes, and that is a space that you can also put some of your advanced directives. And then your right to make healthcare decisions. So it's a lot of information on what your rights are and what you can do to be proactive in your healthcare decisions and make it easier on those around you that are left behind when you move on. So let's take a quick break. We'll go ahead and regroup probably right around 10 a.m. And we will do the drawing as soon as everyone's seated and get that underway. But please feel free to use the restrooms and grab a snack.
Test, test. Test one, test two, test one, test two. That's better.
Hi, I saw you come in. I was like, that's so great. Yeah, it's great. I'm glad that you came. I told you about I'm trying to Oh, yeah. Oh, great.
Whether it's me or the more people, the more of us.
Say, like, have you started looking at this or started sure there wasn't anything there. Yeah.
And well, I just found out how the snake found like and that's okay. I mean, I don't know. And whatever what she said,
Yeah.
something to not be afraid
And I feel like the more people it's great. It's great that I decided to really focus on this and be myself, but everybody is like empowered. Everybody is empowered to be as far as how we do this. We're so, yeah, we've got so many things in the works. We've got so many things in the works here as far as, how to create bigger community teams of people to take care of people. It's not just one person.
whoever was talking
It is really like helps people the more they kind of just their anxiety can be okay, I know what to do, I'm confident. I feel like that about probably call them. You know, it's like come and learn how to talk about this and be confident talking about it. It's coming from there.
Test one, test two. Hello, hello. Hello, test one. 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 Test one. Test one. Test two. Test one, test two. Hello, hello, hello. Test one, test two. Test. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Your light's on.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if that was when Naria tried to steal it, or I was like, hey, give me all my stuff. I will be lost. Yeah.
So with each speaker, I'm sure they have a clip here, because I think she covered both of them. And I'll.
And I've been talking to Nikki about it too. I mean, I know, it's like, yeah, and Annie, create this support, this place of support where people know that they can go, that mothers know that they can go. And there's something. And not only, I mean, there's that position,
And that's like, or my neighbors. So when
like, and you're gonna call them one-on-one, and it's gonna be like, and then you're like traumatized, and what
and I found that out
I wish I was with your husband.
Did you hear about that yesterday?
No. I knew that the boys went out and played.
I told them that you were estate planning.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
pit bull walking.
And pit bull walking, yeah.
what's the community, what's the support for all the people like that?
How did you do it?
And that impact, and because she's willing to like let people see like this is just part, there's a little bit of energy.
Nice.
And
Yeah, and allowed for people to like come and talk about it.
That's awesome. That is so funny. Now I have even more of the story yesterday when I was talking to your husband early in the morning. He said, hey, I've got Bobo here with me. I really need to go over with you. We're going over proper lighting techniques is what we're doing.
We're going
Yeah.
over keeping your fingers.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I'm headed back to work, so.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
She's an early girl.
Yeah.
Like you can see like Colorado Springs are having a great week. And it stayed here.
But Micah had gotten his stuff done. I just wanted to say hi.
How are you doing? It's so good to see you. It's been a while.
He's my attorney. Do you want my opinion?
He's mine too. Do you want mine?
Only let me filter the opinions first here.
Right. Thank you for coming. It's always
Of course,
helpful.
yeah. My honor.
Good to see you.
Goodness, they've got a full lineup today.
Oh man. Oh man.
And you're doing well?
For being old, yeah.
Oh, well, come on, we're all a little older.
Yeah.
Dick turned 89,
No kidding.
and I'm 83.
I would not have guessed that.
You are holding up.
You look great.
So, and I retired after 49 years.
Yeah.
And when I turned 80, I said I've had it. So I've been retired 3 years now. And I'm kind of bored.
Well, is Tanner still doing the rodeo stuff? Are you able to go follow him at all?
Tanner was seriously hurt in South Dakota 2 years ago with his leg, and he hasn't gone back. So he still lives in New Mexico, and he works in New Mexico, and he also has his own leather shop. So he's pretty
Lockhart
busy.
leather?
I don't know what he calls it,
Okay.
but he sells beautiful work.
Does he have a website or anything?
He has something, but I don't know. He's never changed. He's still so quiet. So, but he was here a few weeks ago. We don't see him real often, but he was
So you
here.
take advantage of when you do see him, huh?
Yeah, so those kids are 26 and 28 now. Can't believe
Wow.
it. Yeah, Casey's 26 and he's 28.
Okay. Wow. Well, that's fun.
And I did have a serious heart condition in October, and I'm now battery operated and we're on pacing.
We're gonna start again in
83,
about
looking great.
Okay. Well, we can use my
So,
I will step up towards the door when your time is getting near.
but you want me to be done by that time, including time for questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay.
I just wanted to,
Yep.
normally there's quite a few questions, so
I would allow at least 10 to 15 minutes for you just to give a little, because I mean with Beverly too, as soon as she goes, and I'm waiting for her, and I was like, I'm by the door, so, and hands just shot.
yeah.
So, and I know that there is. End of life. So that will come up. I am 100% certain.
Great, I don't. Okay. Sure, I know a ton about it. I know that Colorado passed the right to die.
And that was just very recently. See? I told you. There's your lunch, Keenan.
She can just put the one bag in right in my truck if she wants.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean.
You can back in if need be.
Yeah. No, I parked right there. I was worried about it.
Yeah.
So. Rodney's not here.
He is having knee surgery. He stopped by last week. So. That was on time. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So I'm going to ask Keenan to draw a raffle ticket for us, and he can call that out real quick. And this one will be for the toolkit.
Phil Kemp.
Is Phil here? Yay!
Right there. How are you?
Thank you.
And it looks like that got picked up, so I will find that and get it to you. It was sitting right over here, but I'll find it and get it to you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kemp. All right. I'm going to.
Don't read about the law school stuff.
Oh, man.
Kanan, I can't shift my sails now. I can't do it. All right, so our next speaker today is Keenan Levitt. He joined McCabe Levitt in 2013. He received his BA from CSU in 2007 and continued his education at Thomas M. Cooley Law School, where he was on the Dean's List, received Certificate of Merit in Criminal Law, advanced legal writing, and trial skills. He has a passion for advocating for his clients' best interests to achieve great outcomes. Having been born and raised in Southwest Colorado, he possesses a strong sense of community and enjoys giving back to the community that raised him. Keenan is involved in multiple organizations, including but not limited to coaching basketball for local youth teams and volunteering as a board member at Hospice of Montezuma. He believes that preparation is the mother of success, and Advanced Directives is just that, preparation for success. Keenan, Sarah, and their two beautiful daughters, Summer and Jacqueline, live here in Cortez and are very active in our community. Please give Keenan a warm welcome.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Keenan.
So,
I'm just going to hook, and if you
I don't know that I'm going to need it, but
speak loudly.
okay.
Because there are some people that are having a hard time hearing.
Good morning, everybody. And if you are having a hard time, hearing me, just raise your hand. I can try to speak a little bit louder. Fortunately, I get some experience in public speaking, so normally volume's not my issue. Appreciate everyone coming here today and supporting hospice and taking this opportunity to not only listen to the presenters, but be here and learn about hospice and the great organization and resource that is in our community. As Heidi said in the introduction, I've been there at Kelly McCabe's office since 2013 as an attorney, and a big part of my practice and what I do on a daily basis is I do help individuals with their future planning. Those and Advanced Directive is one way to put it. That's going to be more specific to true end-of-life decisions, but there's a lot more to that end-of-life planning than just making decisions on maybe what treatments you want in certain scenarios. And specifically, we're talking about powers of attorney and as well as really your estate planning documents, meaning a will, a trust, or other forms of estate planning, whether that be through beneficiary deeds or beneficiary designations that allow for your world and what you've worked so hard for throughout your life to be passed on to your heirs or other individuals and organizations that you may desire to leave your legacy to. So for right now, I'm going to start with powers of attorney. I think one of the biggest things that I see with my clients or things that are said to me in my office is that belief that your power of attorney is going to be who ultimately administers and distributes your estate. That's a personal representative or an executor or a trustee. All powers of attorney, it does not matter how they're drafted. I've seen powers of attorney drafted that say they specifically survive death. That's fine, that's worth the paper it's written on. There are statutes in Colorado that make it very clear that powers of attorney do not survive death. Okay, so your power of attorney is your document that allows you to appoint an individual or individuals to act on your behalf during your life. Okay, and there are different forms of those powers of attorney. Some powers of attorney have a requirement that before they become effective, you are deemed incapacitated or unable to act on your behalf. That's what we call, kind of the legal jargon for that is a springing power of attorney, referring to that it springs into effect only when you are deemed incapacitated. And so normally in those types of powers of attorney, there should be language within that power of attorney document that tries to clarify and define incapacity. And the other form of power of attorney opposed to that springing that doesn't spring into effect until you're deemed incapacitated would just be what we call a durable general power of attorney, which is effective the moment you sign it. There's no need for you to be deemed incapacitated. And the durable is a very specific term that needs to be in the document that is a legal term, meaning it is durable through your incapacity. So it doesn't, if you sign it and then later you're deemed incapacitated, that document is still good. And so, whether, we have people analyze, that decision specific to powers of attorney often. Do I want a springing power of attorney? Do I want a power of attorney that's effective the moment that I sign it? Again, there's different scenarios. A lot of the law is very factual, really what is best for you. So don't take anything that I say as like, this is the only answer, okay? It is dependent on different circumstances. It's also dependent on you and what you desire. My general opinion is if you would trust somebody with your world, with medical decisions, with financial decisions, with paying your bills, if you have that level of trust for an individual, that you would trust them while you are incapacitated, then trust them while you're not incapacitated. My wife is my power of attorney. I trust her now. Right now, she's my power of attorney. Legally, technically, she could deed our house to somebody else. I know that she has that power right now. But I have that trust in her that I'm not actually worried about that. And so if you have those types of individuals in your life, whether that be a spouse, whether it be a child, whether it be a close friend, if you would trust them now when you're fully aware and you're reading your bank statements and you have the ability to actually protect yourself in the event that somebody is trying to take advantage of you, then don't wait for you to have to be deemed incapacitated, for them to have that power. And the reason I say that is because there's always a gray area in deeming somebody incapacitated. Okay, that's a big decision. Usually in documents, we're going to tie that to a medical care professional making that decision, and not just any random person deeming you incapacitated. But medical care professionals often, they're not with you every single day. It's easy. There are certainly circumstances that finding somebody or deeming them incapacitated is pretty evident. That is usually caused by a more specific or acute event, like maybe an auto accident or a fall where there's a head injury, a brain injury. You know, in those very instant type of tragic moments, you know, finding somebody incapacitated may be relatively easy for a medical care provider. What is not as easy, and where those powers of attorney often come into play a lot more, is the slower progressing cognitive related disorders, maybe a dementia or an Alzheimer's. And if any of you have had, you know, experience with loved ones with those specific ailments, you would know, and I see it very often, that, you know, sometimes individuals suffering from those different ailments can have good days. Sometimes they can have not so good days. And so if you have a document that is tied to deeming you incapacitated, and your loved ones are trying to be able to protect you and act on your behalf as power of attorney, but your loved ones have to rely on somebody else to deem you incapacitated, and that third party comes in and you're having a good day, they may not deem you incapacitated. And so now your loved ones are there stuck. They're nominated as power of attorney. They've got the document. You did your planning. But now they can't get you deemed incapacitated. So that's why, again, we at our office generally try to avoid the springing power of attorney. But, you know, that is an option. Again, if you're going to do this type of planning, we generally like you to just do a power of attorney that's effective upon signature. That way we don't have to have that deeming of incapacity. Sometimes there may be a scenario where you need your power of attorney to act, and a doctor or a medical care professional may not be readily available to make that determination. But those are, you know, just kind of as far as when a power of attorney becomes effective. There are different options there in your estate planning efforts. There are also powers of attorney that become more specific as to what types of decisions that you're allowing that individual to make. You know, normally in our estate planning efforts for our clients, we do a medical power of attorney as well as a durable power of attorney that is more geared to the rest of your world that's not medically related. You know, your banking, your property, basically your business affairs. You may have one individual in your life that you believe is better situated to handle those types of issues, taking care of your bills, you know, possibly making decisions on if certain, you know, items need sold to pay for your care. And you may have another individual in your life that, you know, due to their education and training, is a little bit more geared and knowledgeable specific to medical issues. So we very often see our clients have different individuals in those roles. It's also common for us to see people with the same person. You know, they may have one person that they trust across the board for both types of decisions, but there's no requirement that it is the same person. And we also will recommend in our estate planning, I mean, very common, you know, for our estate planning clients who are married, you know, their spouse is always that primary power of attorney. Not always, but that's, you know, the vast majority. And then we start getting into the other trusted individuals in your life as a secondary, or, you know, we build in a hierarchy where, you know, if my spouse can't act, it's this person. If that person can't act, move down to this person. So we know that you know, life happens and different scenarios arise. We like your documents to have somewhat of a hierarchy in there to be sure that in that event that you need help in your life for whatever reason, you're covered. Before I move on, is there, I don't want to take up, we'll probably have some more questions at the end, but just before, since we're kind of in the power of attorney world right now, is there any questions more centered around powers of attorney? Right back there in the back.
You know, I'm married. Do I need to have a power of attorney? I mean, if it's just legally, it's not, I'm for my husband. He is starting to, I need to do something medically, but
Yeah.
do I need to?
That's a good question. From a legal perspective, medical care professionals don't necessarily have to, especially different states. One thing about where we live is oftentimes you may not be in Cortez when you need this type of help, and your spouse, especially in different states, is not necessarily guaranteed to have that authority. Doctors are still going to ask, do you have a power of attorney? Not just doctors, medical care professionals. So our advice is yes, you still need a power of attorney even if you're married.
And should you carry that with you when you're going to these other places?
I mean, yes, you want to carry it with you. You want to have it available. The other thing that can really, maybe alleviate the need to always have it with you is to get it on file with your primary care provider. Okay, if you are in, if you put it on file with your primary care provider or you put it on file with your local hospital, then they just have it on file. So if anything happens and you're here local, then it's on file. And carrying it with you becomes less of a concern. But the other thing that happens, if something, if you put it on file here locally with your primary care provider, and the need for that power of attorney occurs in another state, another city, they're going to very often contact that medical care facility that you end up in another location is very often going to contact your primary care provider because they often want a little bit of a medical history. That medical care provider may be seeing you for the first time, and they're often going to reach out to who has been giving you care to see if there's anything they really need to know in their administration of care. And so in that communication, medical care provider to medical care provider, they're going to find out you've got a power of attorney. So putting them on file can assist, and kind of with that, another thing that we always, with your will and your trust, whether or not you distribute that to your kids or beneficiaries is really more up to you. And of course, it's up to you whether you distribute your power of attorney. We try to push our clients to distribute the power of attorney to the nominated individuals, because you do not want them, in that event you need it and it's not on file or you don't have a copy with you, you don't want those individuals that you have put in that role looking for the document. I don't want my power of attorney, or oftentimes it's not such a big deal when you live in the same home as your power of attorney, but if you don't, if you have to nominate a child who maybe lives in Durango, you don't want them having to come over here and search for that document in your files. Get it to them. You want that document to be in their files.
Does this have anything to do with the do not resuscitate? Because is that
a do not resuscitate is a different document than a power of attorney. That is also with a lot of your advanced directive documents that some medical care professionals are going to be talking more specifically today. A do not resuscitate is a completely separate form and that is going to be available through your medical care providers. So it is separate. Now, of course, there may be scenarios that a do not resuscitate needs to be found, and your medical care power of attorney should always know your desires, because if that DNR form is not specifically found or on file with a particular medical care provider, they may not know that that's your desire, and so you may be in a scenario where your medical power of attorney is charged with making that decision. And so, it's oftentimes in those documents, but communication as to a lot of those desires with your power of attorney is very important. They need to know what you want or don't want. Yes?
My husband and I have durable power of attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
And he has dementia, so I'm working as his POA. I keep reading, it has a medical section, it's general.
Yes.
But I keep reading that we should have a separate medical power of attorney.
Your medical power of attorney is often going to bring up some more specific issues than a durable general. I mean, again, documents are drafted a little bit differently, but we generally are going to advise in having both document. And a lot of times you will see some medical provisions in just a durable general power of attorney that is more related to that individual being able to sign the contracts to get you into a medical care facility. Because ultimately the medical care facility wants to know, I mean, really, who can pay the bill? How are we going to get paid? And so they want the agreements executed by the individual that has that ability to pay for the care. So sometimes that's why you see that some of that medical language in a durable general, but there is some other language that's a little bit more specific to medical care issues in a medical power of attorney. So we will have time for some more questions here at the end, but just so I don't run out of time, I'm going to move on to just now getting out of that power of attorney again. That is the individuals we're talking about during your life, taking care of you, taking care of your needs, whether that be medical or financial. But at the moment your life expires, that power of attorney is now legally null and void. And now we're going to move on to your estate planning documents, whether that be a will or whether that be a trust. There is some other estate planning tools out there just through beneficiary designations. I won't step on Mr. Cookie's world too much there. Those are often very specific to financial institutions. So I get the question a lot. Do I need a will? Do I need a trust? Again, is very factually driven, circumstances driven for, many of our clients. I look at them and there's nothing wrong with anybody doing a trust. It's not that a trust or a will is only for certain people. The largest potential benefit of a trust agreement is, and something that I hear in my office a lot, is we've been talking to our neighbor and we need a trust because we're going to avoid probate. We need to avoid probate at all costs. The other thing I hear about with trust agreements is, hey, if I do a trust agreement, then my kids aren't going to pay any taxes upon my passing. And so I'm going to just kind of try to address some of those issues that I just hear a lot. Whether you do a will or whether you do a trust has zero effect on whether or not your kids are going to pay taxes. Okay? Trust me, the IRS has figured that out. There are some very, very specific types of irrevocable trusts that can help whether or not your kids pay taxes. But, frankly, I hope there's a lot of individuals in here that have a legitimate concern over estate taxes. But the reality is 99.9% of us will not be subjected to any estate taxes. Right now that number, so not every estate, not all people who inherit have a tax burden, all right? There's only a tax burden upon your passing. Now there may be an income tax burden if you pass away in December. I'm not saying that your estate may not have to file a final income tax return, but just the mere fact of inheriting assets and whether or not there's going to be an estate tax or an inheritance tax, your estate first has to qualify and right now be valued at just under $14 million. Now that number, I'm not trying to get political, but it is a number that is often politically driven, and depending on what's going on in Washington, D.C., if anything, that number changes, okay? And so that number is not set in stone. It does change. It is very likely, again, we don't really know what's going to happen in November or what new tax plans that may get passed. The substantial odds are, with how things are situated now, that number is going to move down significantly on January 1st, 2026. It'll probably come down. These numbers are all always tied to, and they do fluctuate with a lot of national numbers around inflation and different financial related indicators. They believe it's going to fall to about 6.3 million. So again, you may need a trust, or you may need to do some very specific planning for estate taxes in the event that your estate is going to be valued at more than that applicable number, which right now is in the $14 million range. It's getting ready to fall to the $6 million range. So if your estate is going to be valued at $1 million, there's no inheritance tax. There's no estate tax. Okay, and then the amount that is taxed is however much you exceed that. So, if something were to happen to somebody tomorrow, if their estate is worth more than that $14 million number, it's not $14 million on the dot, I'm just rounding up a little bit. If their estate is worth more than that, then the value that exceeds that number will be taxed pretty heavily. But if you have a trust that you retain any control in, which is most trusts that you're going to see people enter into, then that trust, because you still retain control of those assets, it will be calculated in that ultimate estate value and potentially be subject to that. Another thing that I hear a lot of people tell me is their very strong desire to avoid probate. And I understand that, and probate is technically a court proceeding, but for the most part, I guess one thing I'll start with before I kind of go into this, trusts are generally, and we do a lot of trusts. I don't want anybody to think that I'm standing up here saying no one needs a trust. We do just as many trusts as we do wills, but we do them for, we want our clients to understand that they're doing it for a specific reason and why they're doing it. Trusts are substantially more expensive than a will from not just our office, but any office you go to. They're going to charge you a lot more for a trust agreement. So frankly, I feel like trusts are pushed a lot by the bar, by attorneys, because we can charge more for them. The avoidance of probate, with that being said, it is a big goal of a lot of my clients. Probate itself in Colorado can be, and in most scenarios, is an administrative process that no one ever sees the inside of a courtroom. It does take approximately 6 months. That's statutory, so there is some timing built into it, but it is not this horrible process that just costs tens and tens of thousands of dollars and takes years to complete. Probate itself, I mean, if you look at how most of them go and you look at the Colorado statutes that make it a simple process, probate does not need to be a big deal. People make probate a big deal. Okay? Probate becomes expensive when people start to fight. All right? Most probates that our office does, somebody passes, we show the court the death certificate, we show the court the will. No one ever sees the inside of a courtroom. It's an administrative court proceeding that the court register, the probate register, looks at the will. She looks at our application for probate, which is a form that you can find right online. It's available through a Colorado Supreme Court website. It's a very simple, fill out the bubbles form. They see the death certificate, and boom, they give us an order. And now that you're named personal representative, that's Colorado's term for executor. I know a lot of people are more familiar with the term executor, but really in Colorado it's called a personal representative. As simple as that. A few days, a few business days, maybe 5 in a lot of cases, your personal representative is appointed and they can go out and administer the will. So that can be as simple as the probate process is. What your estate planning documents, whether you do a will or a trust, there's always risk in the potential cost upon your passing, and that risk is people fighting. But there's a perception out there that if I do a trust, people won't fight. They don't have the opportunity. They only have the opportunity to fight if probate's opened. And that's not true. I was discussing this with a client yesterday, and our office is in a situation right now that I will hands down be sending my largest attorney fee bill in an estate matter, and they have a trust agreement. And that bill is being caused it's being caused by people who want to fight. So probate itself, when you're considering your estate planning and you're hearing how much you need to avoid that process, we're fine to help you avoid that process. But just understand that you before you go through the time, effort, and cost and the more complex trust route, understand that process that you're trying to avoid may not be quite as bad as you hear in the community. The other ways that we can avoid probate, and again, not that that's necessarily needed for everybody, is Colorado has also, within the last few years, passed a statute allowing for beneficiary deeds. So your property can pass automatically to your heirs just by signing a very simple deed, which again is also a form. We can only write it one way according to the statute that allowed this, so it really is a form you can find right online and pass your property automatically upon death, through other ways, so you can avoid probate sometimes in utilizing much simpler and cheaper documents. Trusts are not the only option to avoid probate. So, but overall, in our opinion, whether or not it's whatever vehicle that you use for your estate planning, those documents being done and those documents being clear, and appointing good individuals in there to ultimately administer them, that is the most critical and effective way to ensure that upon your passing there isn't dispute, there isn't arguing. Having those documents in line and clear, You know, when sometimes people pass, every day people pass without this type of planning. And when that happens, we just go to Colorado statute, but that does lead to scenarios where people have a little bit more opportunity to fight. Because at that point, if you pass without a will, then certain categories of your heirs, like your children, all have an equal right to be the executor. So sometimes we see that fight. When there's no will, if a will appoints somebody, and that somebody that you appoint is there and they're ready and willing to serve, then they have statutory priority. They get to do it. If they're appointed in your document and they're standing there saying, hey, I want to do it, they get it, period. If you don't have a will, now all your kids are on equal footing, and sometimes kids don't get along, and they don't want brother to do it because brother's a, whatever, and brother doesn't want sister to do it because he doesn't trust her husband or whatever it may be. Now we're arguing, and we are in court because nobody was appointed because whoever passed away didn't have this type of estate planning done. So either way, whatever, through good analysis with your estate planning attorney, whether you choose will or trust, just getting either document done is really the biggest step in ensuring that upon your passing, things do go smoothly and appropriately to your heirs. I know we don't have a ton of time left, but there's often questions, surrounding these types of things, so I'll open the floor. Yes?
I've heard the term payment upon death.
Yes.
Is that essentially the same as a beneficiary deed?
Payment on death would be specific to a beneficiary deed. That's also going to be specific to a payment on death election is going to be available in almost all of your financial, your bank accounts. Most banks are going to have that election for your accounts, and all of your major brokerage firms, whether it be Edward Jones, who's getting ready to present, or any other brokerage firm, when you set up your accounts, you normally have that ability to nominate pay on death designations that are a very, very efficient, cheap, and effective way of transferring your assets upon death. One thing I do want to bring up with any pay on death designation that we also have some confusion on at times, through clients, those designations, that when you fill out that form with that financial institution, or if you fill out a beneficiary deed and record it, whatever you put in there, whoever you put in there, that trumps your will. Okay, so if you've got 4 kids and you really ultimately want your 4 kids to share equally in your estate, but you fill out a pay on death designation and you only put 1 kid because you think they're the most trustworthy, that money is going to that 1 kid. That is the only person that financial institution will pay that money to. It's similar to life insurance. If you're the beneficiary of a life insurance policy, the life insurance company is going to pay you, not potentially other individuals.
So payment on death is the same as a beneficiary?
Yes. Yes. Some of them call it transfer on death, some of them call it pay on death, some of them call it beneficiary designation. Sometimes there's different terminology within financial institution, their internal documents that they use in the account opening process, but all of those ultimately result in an automatic transfer upon the production of a death certificate.
How much would a trust cost in comparison to how do you determine how much one would cost?
The cost of a will, the cost of a trust is always, we flat fee that, and it's kind of a case by case. It depends on the complexity. Some trusts we've done, we're dealing with property in 4 or 5 states. which adds to the complexity of the initial creation. Anywhere from $2,500 to $4,000 for a trust agreement, where occasionally it will get complex enough where I'll charge $1,000, but normally it's in the $800 range. Yes.
If a party does have a trust through your office and there has been a divorce, although both parties agree that the trust will remain in full effect regarding properties and accounts and that sort of thing, is there amendments that have to be done to a trust? Is there, what has to be done? Does it have to be dissolved and two new trusts need to be formed, or?
So it would be cleaner if you've got husband and wife that create a trust agreement that, because generally everything is going to go to the surviving spouse first, and then down to children or other heirs. It's going to be cleaner to either amend it. In that scenario, you could just amend it. You wouldn't necessarily have to completely dissolve and start over. But there should be some type of planning done, because depending on the way the divorce decree comes out, generally in a divorce, one thing that's always going to be produced in that order is the spouses are waiving any right to the estate of the now ex-spouse. But there, at minimum, should be an amendment done to the trust, and a decision on who's going to take what trust assets. My opinion on that. So, yes.
Okay, this might be an inappropriate question for kind of this session, but somebody told me that if your estate's in a trust, then if you needed to go like to the nursing home, you might qualify for Medicaid.
Yeah, I hear this a lot. I don't have much time. I'm sorry. That's a fairly complex question. The general answer to that question, and I hear that all the time, no. A trust agreement is not necessarily going to allow where you don't have to pay for the nursing home. It's all an analysis on whether or not your trust is revocable versus whether it is irrevocable. Irrevocable trusts, we don't utilize very often. Not many of our clients want to utilize them. An irrevocable trust is just that. It is irrevocable. You cannot change it. And for an irrevocable trust to work, not only for the potential qualification for long-term care or the nursing home, for a trust agreement to work for any sort of liability protection for you, you have to give up control of those assets. Okay, so you can't be the trustee. You can't necessarily dictate what happens with those assets. So you have to be truly willing to give up control of your assets. Just signing a trust agreement does not get you to where the state will pay for your nursing home. If it was that easy and you still could maintain control of your assets, which is the way a revocable trust is. In a revocable trust, you still have control of the assets. If I put my home in a revocable trust and I'm the trustee, I don't need to ask anybody if I can sell it. I can sell it straight from the trust. I can take it out of the trust. A revocable trust is nothing but an estate planning vehicle. It is not an ability to alleviate the burden of possibly paying for the nursing home. In that scenario, we would be creating trusts for everybody as quick as we could. I'm not trying to be as smart. Really, if you could create a revocable trust and not have to pay for the nursing home, I understand that no one wants, a big portion of what they have, worked for their life to ultimately go to the nursing home. But if it was as easy as creating a trust and now the state has to pay for everybody's nursing home, we're going to have a major burden on our system. So there are trusts that can do that type of planning. Those are irrevocable trusts, and for an irrevocable trust to work, you are truly giving up control of your assets. If you have a trust agreement that you are the trustee and that you retain that control to amend the trust or to take assets in and out of the trust, now it's a pass-through entity at that point that does not protect you from any liabilities, including the nursing home or an auto accident or any other sort of liability out there that could arise in life. Yes. Well, can we do one more?
We can do one more.
One more.
And then
Okay.
we've got our next speaker here, so I hate to cut Keenan short, but just know he is a wealth of knowledge. He is available in this community, so feel free to call his office too.
Yes, go ahead. You two are right in the line. I know. I know. It's like you both raised your hand.
No, I'll pass.
Go ahead, in the back.
Okay, do you have to just have one person as power of attorney or trustee? I've got 3 daughters. Can I have 3 daughters as power of attorney?
As co, so if you've got 3 daughters and you've got 2 options there. Like I said earlier, you can put them in a hierarchy. You know, you can say, I want this one as power of attorney, but if she can't act, I want this one. If she can't act, I want this one to act. Or you can put them all on kind of the same level as co-powers of attorney or co-trustees. That's maybe kind of a good happy feely, like they're all on the same level. But what you always need to consider there is you've got a lot of cooks in the kitchen, okay? And when it comes to making decisions, not so much when we get to the trustee level. If they're making decisions as trustee, more than likely, I'm not trying to be, you've passed, okay? And at that point, decisions may not be as like, okay, I need to make a decision right now. If as trustee, if the 3 girls are trying to decide whether or not to take a certain offer on the house, that decision, can maybe be kind of discussed a little more. Power of attorney, I don't like the co-arrangement because if a power of attorney is being utilized, we have moved into a scenario where the circumstances are more imminent. And my preference is put somebody in there that can just make the decision and not have all the cooks in the kitchen. Okay? Appreciate everyone again coming and supporting hospice. It is an honor for me to be a part of this organization and being here and learning about it, and I appreciate everyone coming and listening, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, and then we will be doing lunch immediately following him. So, Andrew Cookie earned his certificate in financial planning in 2019 to further serve his clients by being a holistic financial resource, especially in relation to their investment, tax estate, and protection strategies. He was recently named to the nationwide list of Forbes Next Gen Best in State Wealth Advisors for 2022 by Forbes, and Shook Research feels that most of all, it is an honor to provide a positive impact on my community and with my clients' lives. Andrew lives with his wife Lauren and young son Theodore in Memphis. Please welcome Andrew Cookie. Thank you. I'm going to just stick over here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Like Heidi had so generously described, I'm Andrew. And I'm a financial planner here in town. The brokerage that I work with is Edward Jones. And I have been with Edward Jones for a little over 10 years. And I grew up in this area, and I got an opportunity to move back home and open my office and work with local clients back in 2014. So glad to be home, And I'm also glad Keenan went before me. I heard him answering a lot of those tough questions, so he is making my job a little bit easier. I want to give everybody ample time to be able to ask questions, and hopefully I can do my best to answer them. I think today, with us having such great representation, I want to be able to explain to you some of the nuances, features, account roles that are specific to my industry and what I see, and then we can do our best to combine what you learned with Keenan to also relate it to what I see in my day-to-day as well. I think the most important thing of the role that I have with my clients as their financial planner is I want to help align and coordinate their assets and create a financial plan tied to their assets. And a lot of times that financial plan requires me to, in coordination with their estate planning attorney, like Keenan, and a lot of times also their accountant, their CPA, because any adjustments, any changes that can happen on their investments, on their specific accounts, there's a lot of times implications that we need to think about holistically and how that relates to their entire financial plan. It sounded like Keenan had already touched on durable power of attorney. I'll start with that. In my office, a durable power of attorney is very, very useful and helpful. And I would say that a durable power of attorney you should not automatically think or connect it to a person aging. My wife and I are each other's powers of attorney, and that helps me in my world as a financial planner whenever a spouse is unavailable or whenever a person cannot speak. A durable power of attorney can really help. So I think that would be something to definitely consider on your accounts. Now, a durable power of attorney, I want to be clear, does end when a person has passed away. And so at Edward Jones in my office, when a person has passed away and we are beginning to follow their estate plan or beneficiary designations, a power of attorney does not have authorization to make that happen. Now, the power of attorney may be the same as a person who is, maybe the same person who is also the successor trustee or the personal representative to effectuate once that person has passed. But I want to be clear that a power of attorney only lasts for the duration of that individual's life.
I just have one question right there is, so I am a power of attorney for my sister. When she dies then, and I sign checks and everything for her. So then when she dies, what will happen with her bank account or whatever? So I should be the...
Yeah, so that's a good question. So that it depends whether you're trustee, personal representative. You segued really well into one of the tips that I had for you all today, is it may not be a bad idea for you to not necessarily be the power of attorney on that checkbook, but to instead be an owner on that checkbook. And an owner on that checkbook, despite, who did you say that you're, I'm sorry, who?
That's my sister.
Your sister. Mm-hmm. So in the event that if you were to survive your sister, as an owner, you would still be able to take care of utility bills, things like that. Whereas now a couple caveats to that. I think that if somebody was to do that and be an owner on another person's checkbook, you probably want that to be a trusted individual. There's liability considerations involved with that. So I would say if you're going to add a person, a trusted one, to a checkbook, it should probably be for a checking account that is lower in in balances and just is going to pay for the bills mainly. Because that's what's so interesting is at a brokerage or investment accounts, when a person has passed away, you have to remember when a person has passed away and it's just one individually held investment account, that account is essentially frozen until the brokerage is supplied a death certificate, which takes time, and sometimes people need access to money to cover extra expenses. So having a plan outside of their investments, and a lot of times a checking account can be useful to allow day-to-day business and expenses to still be covered. Another one in the investment world is called a trade authority. Might be worth considering. A trade authority it's not as broad or all-encompassing as a durable power of attorney. So a trading authority allows a person who you appoint to act on just that account if an investment change or something needs to happen. That trading authority who you appoint may complete those activities. But that just because a trading authority is on one account or at one financial institution does not mean that that same person can go be your power of attorney on everything else. I do want to stress, I know Keenan touched on this not long ago, if you know who should inherit assets, and it's a financial account, I can't stress enough. Beneficiary designations, transfer on death, pay on death, I know all those terms were used. I can't stress that enough, how important those are to have. That saves everybody money, saves everybody time, and because it is a contract made between the account owner before they pass away and the brokerage, the likelihood of that being contested between family members and other people is a lot lower. Yes?
What's the difference between a beneficiary, say on a 401k or an IRA, and a trade authority if you pass away?
Good question. So a beneficiary designation on a 401k, all that states is once the person who owns the 401k has passed, that beneficiary, that individual will become the new owner, inherit those assets. A trading authority is while, let's say I'm the account owner and I appoint you to be my trading authority. While I'm living, my financial advisor can call you to explain to you what changes we're going to make, what investment adjustments we will be doing, and that is the extent of a trading authority. So a person who is a trading authority may not always necessarily be the inheritor or the beneficiary as well. Does that help?
Yes.
If there's questions right now, I can address those. If not, I can touch on a few other things. So we did touch a little bit on that checking account idea. In the event that somebody did pass away, those accounts at investment firms a lot of times will become locked. So that's something to consider. I think one of the biggest things that I help my clients with when an individual passes is understanding tax implications when inheriting assets. I hear so many times when a client has, a prospective client, somebody who is not a client, and they think that they can handle something completely on their own, and come to find out they end up owing a lot of tax dollars because they completed something when a loved one has passed away, and without necessarily the guidance that they could have received, they end up owing more in taxes than they originally could have with the proper guidance. So I think that in my world, there's retirement accounts, non-retirement accounts. There's whole new considerations with real estate. When people inherit certain things, there are different tax implications. So I would say before, if you or a loved one is ever a beneficiary on something, to probably seek some qualified professional help about what is the most straightforward and tax efficient moves to make, because it is very nuanced, and one big X that you make a claim as a beneficiary can completely change the tax trajectory of an asset.
What's an example of that? What would be an example of that?
So I think people would be most familiar with retirement accounts, individual retirement accounts, and that a lot of times comes from people who have contributed into retirement plans, 401ks, in their working careers, and then they pass away. When that today, if that, do I need to move somewhere else? I'm sorry. I'm jumping around. When that individual passes away, and the reason, and you'll understand why I'm saying in 2024 in just a second. If an individual passes away with a retirement account in 2024, that beneficiary will receive what's called an inherited IRA, and they then have 10 years to deplete that account, 10 years to bring that account to zero. An IRA is a bucket of pre-tax money. That money has never been taxed. So when that inherited IRA is open and the beneficiary receives that money, they have 10 years to pay taxes on all of that money. I got a call earlier this week from somebody who is not a client that did not realize that. They took it all in one lump sum, and when things are climbing into large dollar amounts, that all of that money is taxable as income in the year they take it. So let's say on $100,000 of an IRA distribution taken in 1 year, that $100,000 gets added to your normal income for the rest of the year, and that could drive you into a much higher tax bracket than what you're used to taking. Whereas with a lot of my clients, we try to plan where their income will be for the next decade, and best and strategically plan for when they should take certain amounts out of those IRAs within that next decade.
Is that called a required minimum distribution?
It's a little different, and that's, Donna, that you ask a great question. Required minimum distributions, that regulation on an inherited IRA is either when you're still the original owner on an account. On an IRA, if you're an original owner, and in the year you turn 72, that's what it is today, on your IRA, you have to take a required minimum distribution. That is a certain amount that has to come out of your IRA every year, and that amount is taxable in the year you take it.
Somebody else calculates that. We can't decide.
No, plainly, it's a percentage, and it's a percentage based on the account value, and you have to pull it out. Every year you get older, every year you age, that percentage goes up. So assuming a normal market return on your money and a higher percentage, while you own your own IRA, your required minimum distribution as you age will probably go up in dollar amounts.
Okay, so I inherited one from my husband. He has one of those. What am I gonna have to do?
And here's another caveat. Because you're a spouse to a person who has passed away, you receive not an inherited IRA, but your own. The money will transfer from your deceased spouse into your own IRA, and that is then the required minimum distribution I just spoke about is still then dictated and goes off of your own age.
Okay, so I'm mixed up then. The one, where was the kin, the years?
If it's a non-spouse beneficiary.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
So all of these wrinkles that we're getting into just in 5 minutes is very clear that each case is very specific and unique. And that's why we want to be able to help in the community and answer these questions. No need to pay extra tax when you're not expecting to pay extra tax. Yeah.
I recently retired. I had a 401k with the tribe, and I rolled it over into an IRA, but I did it through John Hancock. I didn't have to ask Edward Jones.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. John Hancock's a great firm.
And so then what I decided to do was I paid off my highest credit card, and then I arranged to start taking a monthly sum, not a lot. But to get what I wanted, I had to pay the taxes, of course, on it. So you have to calculate how much you actually want a month to support your income and how much you're going to have to pay in taxes. But hearing what you have to say, if I were to wait and get it in a lump sum, I'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
now it's just kind of like a piddly sum that I get monthly, but it helps.
Yeah, and you are controlling the tax along the way with your monthly distribution too, rather than a large lump sum that you have to pay income tax all in 1 year. Yeah.
I have a question, or just have you speak to next of kin, like when people don't name a beneficiary, or that beneficiary dies and they haven't changed their policy or anything like that, how next of kin works?
Yeah. In my office, let's say an account owner has not listed a beneficiary, or it's not accurate. That account, in most cases, will automatically go through probate because there's not a beneficiary designation. Were you waving to me? Oh, sorry. That account will automatically go through probate. And that process, I think a lot of it, I would say, depends on the complexity of the estate. But specifically, when the loved one, the deceased estate goes through probate, a personal representative will then be appointed, and a personal representative, when he or she presents to me the death certificate and the proper court documents that they're allowed to act on that, we can then follow what the personal representative directs us to do. The deceased money has to go into an estate account. And a lot of times we do work with an attorney on something like that because it will take longer, it's going to be more tedious, and we can still get it done. It's not like it's still we'll do the best we can to get the money into the proper people's hands, but without a beneficiary designation, more than likely that account will go through probate. Okay.
We've got about 10 more minutes before
Okay.
we break for lunch. So, does anybody else have any further questions for Andrew that he can answer?
Yes.
What if you're the beneficiary of a house?
What if you're a beneficiary of a house? And is that a beneficiary claim deed? So a beneficiary claim deed allows a piece of real estate, if done correctly, to, once the original account owner or the homeowner passes away, that beneficiary claim deed allows the deeding of the property to happen without having to go through probate.
Or taxes and other taxes?
There's not the actual movement, the actual deeding of the property to the beneficiary would not be a taxable event. If the beneficiary chose to sell the home, there could be tax implications, and we could talk about that at length here. So let me know if you have any other questions privately. But there could be tax implications once a beneficiary chooses to sell a home.
What does that depend upon?
Depends on the value of the home based on the date of death of the original owner and when the person sells it as well. So there could be a capital gains event if a beneficiary chooses to sell it and they have a profit on that home, on that asset.
I died. My brother's my beneficiary of my account. What conversation tips can you give me to have with him to make the process after my death easier and more straightforward?
We have, I think something along these lines could really help. We have, for our clients who are starting through this process, personal financial organizers. It's a large binder, and it includes all of their estate planning documents, business cards to people who are familiar with the situation. I would not do a whole lot more than that because things can change, regulations can change. Like I was explaining to Donna about those inherited IRAs, that rule change just happened a year and a half ago. So I think that contact information for professionals or for the businesses that you have accounts with, along with your estate planning documents, I think that would really be helpful. And having a conversation with them today, an introductory conversation, would probably go a long ways, especially coming from you.
I've got my retirement in with you, and I think I put the 3 girls down as equal beneficiaries. I'm going to double check on that. But what do you do about the house? I own my house. My name's the only one on it.
Yeah. Good question.
Put the 3 names on it and take mine off?
I would not recommend that. And Keenan is going to be able to eloquently describe that more, but I'll explain that in just a second. That is why liquid financial accounts, beneficiary designations are very, very important. But when you get into real property, mineral interests, real estate, different sorts of assets, your estate planning document is so, so important, whether that be a will or a trust. Because, Kathy, you should, from a tax perspective, it would probably be best for that home to stay in your name rather than going to your girls, from a tax perspective. And if you have a proper estate planning document, once you pass, it will go into to the beneficiaries that you've designated, but that needs to be done through your will, your trust, beneficiary claim deed, those sorts of things. And so I would say in most cases, people may have liquid accounts. Some people may have real property like real estate. That's why truthfully, working with Keenan, when I get to work with Keenan, is so valuable because he then helps me understand what is going on outside of my client's Edward Jones accounts to make sure it's all coordinated properly.
You've mentioned beneficiary claim deed a couple of times. How do you make that, how do you get one, or how do you do one?
That's out of my scope. I would say contacting an estate planning attorney, contacting Keenan, and helping him analyzing your situation and giving you advice if that for sure makes the most sense, I think is what I would do first and foremost. So in beneficiary designations is more of what I work with at my office with my clients and their liquid investments.
Any other questions for Andrew today? Oh, looks like he's got
Yes,
one.
Kathy?
If I left my name on the house and put the 3 girls on it, would that work?
I'm trying to ask a question, and I don't think that she's getting it, so I'm just gonna speak up. So my fear is I'd never want my mom to go to a nursing home. We had to put my grandma in one because she got Alzheimer's and she got very physical and neat. So what if we have to put my mom in a nursing home? If she's in a car wreck and we physically cannot take care of her, is she gonna lose the house? Is she gonna lose the money that she's worked so hard for? That is my fear. The
Yeah.
nursing home taking everything.
Yeah. Let's say, so there's tax implications when, let's say Kathy chooses to put your daughter's names on the home. That's considered a gift. And so when a gift occurs, when a gift occurs and the beneficiaries later on down the road choose to sell the asset they're gifted, so if they choose to sell the home down the road, there will be larger tax implications, larger capital gains events if you chose to do that than if you just had inherited the asset. The other part of that, sorry, Sarah, the other part of that, I get what you're saying is if you get the asset out of Kathy's name into the daughter's names, that may not be counted as an asset for Medicaid eligibility. That's possible. I don't know if, Keenan, did you touch on the look back? Okay. So that's possible. But let's say that happened in the year 2024. That is still a countable asset for Medicaid eligibility for 5 years. So that's until 2029. And if I had to guess, the way our government spends money and they want to keep improving their revenue, that look back is likely going to go up, increase, then decrease. So we've heard 7 years. We don't know exactly, but so that's a key consideration. That don't think, oh, I've gifted an asset to a child or a beneficiary, I'm now free and clear. That's the day that happens starts the clock for that 5-year look back. Yes, Sarah?
Add something to all of that. First of all, it's so awesome that we have Montezuma Cortez, high school graduates now as professionals.
Thank you.
But I think there might be a disconnect here in your understanding a little bit. A trust or a will is like your safety umbrella. Okay? So if you put the house into a trust or in a will, then your deed gets changed to that name. So meaning my house and property is under a trust. It's not under my name. So if I deceased today on my way home or whatever, then it's protected
that correct?
It-
In a way,
I-
meaning then it goes to the beneficiaries, and then that gets dispersed out from there.
Yeah, I don't want to get too technical here, but what I would say is, even though an asset, a home specifically, is in the name of the trust, most times that's a revocable trust, that is still tied to the owner's social security number. If it's tied to the owner's social security number, that is still their asset. And so if they need to go into a nursing home, that is still a count when there's a single individual, not married, single, that is still a countable asset towards Medicaid eligibility or ineligibility in that case. So
even though it's in a trust, like he's saying, it still counts for their concern. That was that whole discussion I got into about revocable versus irrevocable trust. Just because you do a revocable trust doesn't necessarily mean that the nursing home bill is going to get paid.
Yeah.
For 5 years.
That's the.
Well, but the revocable trust is that's not subject to, the look back period is if you completely get it out of your name.
If you were to gift it to
But the
other
revocable
people.
trust is still technically in your name because you control the trust.
All right.
Sometimes it makes my eyes cross too. So
Great.
please, we're happy to be a resource, and I'm happy to be here today. So thank you for having me.
And I believe Andrew brought some resources that are over on the table as well.
Can I speak to that real quick? We do have kind of some terminology about what is involved with an estate plan, and then there's also an estate plan checklist. I brought a handful of them. This is always better attended than I realized, so I might be a little short, but hopefully you can provide some copies.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you all.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch at this point. So we've got some sandwiches, some chips, some drinks set up in the back conference room. So if we could have people start assembling back there and go down each side of the table. We've got 2 lines set up. Help yourselves, and then feel free to mingle. And then we will be regrouping right around 11:50. So enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, please feel free to reach out to one of us. Thank you so much.
Hi. I'm Phil. I didn't want to get into this question. We can look at financial advisor. You mentioned first we have 3 children. My understanding is one of those children, and we get distribution of our assets to 3 children. One of those 3 children dies before we do. Then their children will get that care. Yes. So equally, there's multiple children. Right. Yeah. So my thinking is, I really don't need to get until or if one of my children dies before I do.
Typically, yes. What we do also, to be just so brutally clear, sometimes financial institutions have your 3 children listed as beneficiary, and then they then use the term per stirpes follows after. You might want to think about is it a retirement account or a joint account? So more than likely a retirement account, because they're individually held. So you 2 are each other's primary beneficiary, then your contingent would be your 3 children. You might even want to contact them and ask about tertiary, 3rd level beneficiaries. And you can then specifically lay out those names, social security numbers, etc., rather than a misinterpretation.
That is something that our father. Three ways first, and then under this one
That's
way,
right.
there's another split twice, and that
Yep.
way there's another split twice, and the other
Yep.
because we know that's what our son who doesn't have it supports that.
Yeah, and the person who uses Latin, that's Latin. You want to keep it in a that's pretty classic. That's normal, and I think that's a great way to think of it. And yeah, kind of the way we at your tertiary, we say, my first question on my computer asks, who is this being attached to? So children of child A it's attached to. Yeah.
When your children are married.
Yeah.
Something happens to one of our children that's married, and it goes to the grandchildren at that point, away from them.
Yeah.
Which is probably what we would like to have.
Yeah. And that's entirely up to you all, but that is the fact of the matter. Is that it's that's the way it goes, and sometimes the surviving spouse could be the person, the trustee, the custodian, taking care of those assets for your grandchildren.
I guess my point is, we have that picture designations for vitriol. But none of them, or very few of them, have certain on it. And I don't want to go back to all these firms. I want to change the beneficiary designation for purpose when my kids are still alive.
Yeah.
So, I'll go through that trouble should one of them die. But I'm not sure I want to go through that trouble.
I get that. Yeah. That's what trouble are you wanting to give yourself? So I get
They won't talk to them. So in a situation where your husband has medical issues, period,
Sure.
how do we set it up? Is the power of attorney
That's your strongest target. Absolutely. And even while you two are healthy and well, I would still send it to. Yes.
So I'm with my dad. He's elderly. His birth certificate is wrong.
Yeah, I would just.
It was from the state of Missouri in 1940. So he's been, all of his official documents are in his name that he uses. Does not match his birth certificate. Is that going to become a big problem when it comes to his will?
It shouldn't, as long as his will is written in a way that it all matches how he owns stuff.
Okay.
It's probably going to be okay. But where it can get
your social
messed
security
up
number on
is he receiving any sort of disability, or has he ever received an award that is ran through the federal government? Like a disability claim, a downwinders claim, a uranium mining claim? Okay. Where it really gets messed up is the assets that are potentially really tied to the Social Security number.
So honestly, for all of his Social Security is the name and number he uses.
Okay.
Because he didn't know until however old he was that it was wrong. So all his Social Security is tied to the name that he uses, and like his Social Security, his like retirement and his pension. He doesn't have a ton of assets. He's got maybe $7,000 in the bank, no property. He
So
lives
his
with
pension, does it have a, do you know if it has a death benefit, or is it just during his life?
I want to say when he passes, there's like $1,300 I would get.
But you're already nominated as a beneficiary in that, then you're going to be fine on that.
Okay. And then like his Social Security, obviously it's through his name and his name he uses and everything. Okay.
Yep, you should be good.
That was
As
our
long
biggest concern.
As long as his will and all his estate planning documents line up now with how he goes by.
Okay.
Like if his, it can be a problem, you know, if his property deed is in a different name than what his will is, that gets to be a problem.
Okay, no.
But if those all line up, you're good.
Okay, because he was a full adult before
part
he
of the-
finally realized it was in his mom. It's in his mom's ex-husband's name.
I got
is
it.
his on his birth certificate instead of his dad's last name.
I see.
It was just a mix-up type thing.
Gotcha. So you should be good.
Okay, that's a big relief for him and
Anything
everything.
you guys need, just get a hold of us, okay?
I'm gonna grab a whole bunch of papers and make an appointment with you probably.
Well,
so
appreciate
now I'll
hearing
know
that.
what to bring.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I don't know you, but you know my sister Janet Crawford. I'm
Oh,
Cindy.
yeah.
And I just wanted to thank you for all the help you've given us here. So
Oh, my honor.
I think it's finally getting settled. So.
Well, good. Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
My honor. I really enjoyed your sister and your brother.
Yeah.
Don't tell Hillary.
Okay, I won't. I'll get a picture.
Yeah, I know.
And brought in we were 24/7 because I was already retired. And he was with me constantly. We had issues with his legs. And we had surgery on one of them. That anyway, he's named after the movie because when I was a girl, 10 years old, I saw that movie in the theater in Telluride. And I was just 10 years old. I had no idea, really.
That is a small town.
I love music. And I was learning to play the piano. And I went and I told my piano teacher, I want to learn this somewhere my love. And I stayed with me until I got 2000 entry. Because my sister lived in Telluride and long time ago before anybody knew where Telluride existed.
Right.
And that's why he got the name. I know. Thank you for the I enjoyed it.
They're going to do an Alaska cruise this summer and take some time.
He does not I ordered it online. I've got a zillion on myself of the real guy. Thank
You too.
It might set off the alarm.
Thanks.
Are you going to announce all the give away. I think we have a lot of
Welcome. Congratulations on being the winner. Never won anything, right? That's good. Hopefully,
I hear you. Exactly.
you're welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. When I was younger, I didn't know how complicated it but yeah, there are complicated bits that do you two know each other?
I'm Debbie.
I'm Marty.
Marty. Marty.
Marty. Martin. Yeah. So they were both. I guess they both like Marty. I'm with Tony, who goes by Tony and among other things.
Hi, Tony. I'm Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. Debbie. Remember? That was Marty. Marty. Chewbacca. Since 2014. And you? Oh, wow. And before that? Where? Nemus. 300 miles straight north. Northwestern Colorado. The bits fall out. Land on my shirt.
Probably not. Yes. Look. Everything worked the way it was supposed to, something would be wrong.
We'll probably start in about 5 minutes, so don't feel rushed. If you want to eat while the presenters are still going, please feel free to do so. But I just wanted to give you a little warning.
Yep, I don't mind if you guys keep eating, so long as you're not eating crap. I'm diabetic, I'm not allowed to have them, I might attack somebody. I said, I don't mind if you guys keep eating, as long as you're not eating brownies or cookies and brownies.
It's up there. This is the way it was back here. This version shows it. If you look on the screen, this is all it shows.
No, I can see them from behind. I was going to see if I can remove that picture, but I don't think it'll let me edit this on the 365. It's fine. I can live with that.
I'm going to move this to the side. We'll put this on you. Speaker. Microphone. Thank you.
All right, we're going to draw for our next giveaway too before we get started. And we've got a Hospice of Montezuma goodie bag. So it's got some reusable grocery bags, and some pins, and some clips, and some magnets, and stuff like that. So I'll go ahead and draw a name. Right? One of the scooters? Yeah. All right.
No, you're fine.
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. Oops, sorry. Go ahead, you're all right. No problem. All right. If anybody is having problems hearing the presentation at any point, please raise your hand and we can have the speaker speak up a little bit if possible. Or if the noise from the back door, we just figured we'd open the doors and get a little fresh air moving through. If that's causing background noise to where you can't hear, let us know and we can fix that too. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dave Nelson. He joined the United States Marine Corps after graduating high school at the age of 17. In 1982, he earned his bachelor's in civil engineering from the University of New Mexico. Returning to the Marine Corps, he next finished his MCS at the University of San Diego, Berkeley campus in 2000. Currently, Dave is enrolled in a PhD program for healthcare management with Simpson College, Boston. For the past 23 years, Mr. Nelson has worked in the healthcare field, specializing in working with disabled, elderly, and veteran communities. On the board of directors for the Rocky Mountain Health Plan, one of the founding members of the Colorado Behavioral Health Administration, serves as the senior vice commander for the Disabled American Veterans, employed by Southwest Center for Independence, and acts at the ADA advocate for 5-county region of Southwest Colorado. Partners with Colorado Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deaf and Blind, and runs the OIB Low Vision Clinic for the entire 5-county region. Please welcome Dave. Thank you.
It's okay. I speak nice and loud. And just so everybody knows, actually in October, I retired from Southwest Center for Independence, and they kind of made me come back. So I have started my own foundation now, Four Corners Wellness. So we're having some growing issues with being a new startup, but I'm still doing everything I used to do. With that said, these little bags that you all got, this is the most important gift that you received today. It really is, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I'm going to talk about advanced directives here in a minute, the Colorado MOST form, the POLIST form, medical durable. All of that information needs to go in this bag, and it needs to go on your refrigerator. I'm not joking. So every emergency service provider, cops, firemen, EMTs, ambulance drivers, they are trained to look at your refrigerator for any advanced directives that you have. Now, all the advanced directives that you do put together, all right, copies of these still need to go to your doctor. They need to go to the hospital. They need to go to the clinic, anywhere that you go to seek medical care. Okay? Everybody has to have a copy. If we don't have it, we don't know what you want us to do. So, most valuable gift you've got. And thank Hospice for providing these for everybody. Planning ahead, advanced care and end-of-life decisions. Presented by yours truly. This is going to be a little strange because it's acting up. Planning ahead, advanced care, planning, and end-of-life decisions. The background picture is not supposed to be on all these slides. I apologize for that. Interesting of note, most Americans, 88% feel comfortable discussing issues related to death and dying. And yet research shows that only 42% have had that conversation or put together a living will. I've had my own health concerns. I have a brand new doctor, and when I went there, they asked me, Dave, do you have advanced directives? And I went, I will get them to you. Go ahead and hit the next one. Today's goals, we're going to discuss advanced directives. I only do medical stuff, okay? So we're going to learn the different types and advantages of directives. Can't hardly read this one. And we're also going to talk about the advantages and disadvantages. Things have changed since I did this last year, if you saw me speak last year. So there's going to be a few new things that we're going to talk about. We're going to identify resources that help you complete the advanced directives. Next slide, please. What you need to know on advanced directives. Your wishes will be known only when you complete these forms. Only used if you are unable to express your decisions. All of these. Medical durable power of attorney, Colorado, most form. All of these only kick in if you are unable to respond to this question. Can you understand what I'm saying to you? Blink your eyes. Squeeze my fingers. If you can respond in just that way, you are capable of making your own medical decisions. If you are unable to respond, that's when everything else kicks in. Okay? So again, as long as you can make anything, any kind of noise, blink your eyes, squeeze my fingers, you are capable of making your own medical decisions. Would you like this surgery? Do you want this care? If you can do that, none of this kicks in. And this also gives your family the gift of you gave them your wishes. This is what you want them to do. Okay? They don't have to guess. What would mom want us to do? What would dad want us to do? Go ahead and hit the next one. An advance directive is a written testament of your wishes, preferences, and choices regarding end-of-life health care decisions. A tool to help you think through I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to read what it says here, it's blacked out. Trying to help you determine what your choices should be. It is a road for future health care. Go ahead, next one. Written instructions about future medical care only used if you are seriously ill or injured and unable to speak for yourself. And again, I point out the story from, it's more than a dozen years ago now. There was a young man on a motorcycle up out here in Mancus. He was coming south on that highway, right where the light is. Just as he made that turn on the highway to come to Cortez, somebody ran that red light and hit him at like 80 miles an hour. He hit the pavement so hard, the top half of his brain sheared from the bottom half of his brain. Randy stopped being Randy at that moment. We call that a persistent vegetative state. Here's the problem is the family started arguing about what care this young man should receive. We have the technology now to keep you alive forever. And so this young man now is in a nursing home on full life support equipment, and the family, all these years later, is still fighting over, do we pull the plug or do we not? I've had a couple veterans recently where the same issue occurred. I knew they did not want to be hooked up to life support equipment because there were no advanced directives. They did it anyway. And the reason they did it is because they can bill your insurance for it. Next slide. Medical durable power of attorney. I don't see the lawyer still here. I don't do the living will. This is the medical power of attorney. If you want someone to speak for you in the event that you are unable to speak for yourself, this is the form that you need. There's 2 spots for witnesses that cut off. The next page is for, it has to be notarized, okay, for it to be valid. And this is another one of those, make sure that whoever you designate as your medical power of attorney is on the same page that you are. You want them to know what your wishes are and you want them to act on those wishes. If you ask my ex-wife, if I'm in the ER for a paper cut, she's going to run in there screaming, pull the plug, pull the plug. Next one, please. Living will is part of an advance directive. It is important to have. A legal document with your wishes about medical treatment. Again, it needs to have 2 witnesses. It needs to be notarized in case something happens to you in a different state. In the state of Colorado, we don't really require it be notarized, but things happen. Go ahead, next one. Did it not do next one? Okay, medical power of attorney speaks to who you want to make your decisions about medical care. The person is authorized to speak for you only if you are unable to speak for yourself. May also be called your healthcare proxy, healthcare surrogate, or durable of attorney of healthcare. Again, this is not power of attorney. This is just for medical. Who do you want to make medical decisions for you? Go ahead, next one. You are in charge of making your own decisions. Documents can be changed any time. So if you fill out one of these forms today and decide, I changed my mind, that's fine. We can do that. You do not need an attorney to do any of these documents. You can do one any time that you want. You can do several of them a day. I don't mind billing you for hours if you want to come to my office and do them right there at my desk. Forms are available for free. Now we list a website here, but I've got a different one for you. You can write this down, Checkerboard, Colorado. Go ahead, next one. Advanced directives. AD may not be available when needed. Again, that's why we talked about you have to have the little baggies. You have to have copies given to your doctor, given to the hospital, given to the clinics. Living wills may, same thing with living wills. All of those copies need to go to your doctors. We'll talk about it in a minute, but I'm going to recommend that it's called the Pollist form, because then your physician is with you at the very creation of all of these documents. Go ahead, next one. Medical terms, end-of-life care, decision-making. One of the choices you have is artificial nutrition and hydration. If you're in a coma, persistent vegetative state like I talked about, do you want the feeding tube? That scares the hell out of me. I don't know about the rest of you, but if God's calling me home, let me go. CPR. This one's a little tougher. In all honesty, CPR only helps you if you are in ventricular defibrillation. It means you got an irregular or super fast heart rate. A really good friend of mine passed away 2 months ago. He had end-stage renal failure. If he had fallen in front of you and you went to give him CPR, you're not helping him. His organs were literally liquefying inside his body, so CPR would not have done him any good. Before you do anything with the DNR, talk to your doctor. Are you a cardiac patient? Is this something you can do? Is this something that's not worth the time? I'm a diabetic. If something happens to me, this is just going to make the last few minutes of my life miserable. Palliative care and hospice care, we have documents for those. What do you want? Do you want to be in a nursing home? Do you want to stay at home? We have all the documents. We can talk more about home health care and nursing homes. Our policy is we don't want anybody in a nursing home. We want you to be at home, living the life you want to live, and we will get you home health care workers to come in and help you out. Next slide, please. This is Checkerboard, Colorado. I know you can't read any of it, but this is the one that's of most interest to you, wills and estates. All the forms that you need to do advanced directives are in this box. Okay, so again, Checkerboard, Colorado. I'm not the legal guy, but all the rest of the state of Colorado's legal documents are in here, so if you ever need one, there they are. Next slide, please. It's from the state of Colorado. It's just an easy way to get to all of this. So here's the DNR form. These are statutes regarding cardiopulmonary resuscitation. That's a big word, sorry. Green sheet is what we call the Colorado Most form. We'll go into that in a minute. 5 wishes document. This is actually a very good document. You can sit with your family and have that discussion as you go through this to list what your end-of-life wishes are. Who gets what? What do you want for your medical treatment? I don't normally do this because they actually charge you for it, and so I'm all about free. I like free. Again, regulations relating to resuscitation by EMS personnel. This is the one we're going to talk about and pay a lot of attention to. Medical order, scope of treatment used in many other states. In Colorado, we use the green sheet. But lately, I've had a lot of patients being transferred to Salt Lake. down to Albuquerque, Mayo Clinic in Arizona, and they don't take the Colorado Most form. Next one, please. So there's an example of the Colorado Most form. It's pretty simple, right? Last name goes on top, first and middle name, date of birth, sex, hair color, eye color, race, CPR, yes or no.
What's the name of that form, sir? I can't see it.
This is the what we call the green sheet. That's the Colorado Most form. M-O-S-T. Say it's up here at the top.
Yeah, we can't see it.
You can't say, I'm sorry. Okay. That's section A. Section B. You have three choices. Full treatment. I don't want to die. I don't care what it takes. Keep me alive. Cut my head off. Put it in the nitrogen thing. And in 1,000 years, they can bring me back. Selective treatment. This would be my choice. You know, I don't want you to do anything crazy. Keep me alive long enough for my wife and my kids to come say goodbye and then let me go. Comfort-focused treatment, I don't want to be in pain. You can give me morphine, but don't do anything else. Okay, like I said, when God's calling me to come home, let me go. Section C, artificially administered nutrition. Again, you want the feeding tube? Do you not want the feeding tube? They give you choices, long-term, short-term, no term. There's also a section for additional orders. Section D, pay attention to this one. Right here, it's just discussed with patient agent. That agent is going to be who's your durable medical attorney. Proxy by state, that's if you don't have anybody. Legal guardian or other. Legal guardian being mom, or maybe I suddenly came down with dementia and now you can be my guardian.
I'm just going to respond to that. That selective treatment.
Yeah.
Because of my sister being in the nursing home.
Yeah.
When we first put her in there, for some reason, we had that comfort-focused treatment, but then we'd had it changed. So, but they were still going by that one, and you can't even take them to the hospital. If you just keep them comfortable and let them die. And we had to, that's not a good one to.
Well.
Unless the person is.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about personal preferences. I cannot make that decision for you.
But I'm saying.
But I know.
It doesn't make it very clear in that.
I know quite a few people that go ahead and give me the morphine, but don't do anything else. Mm-hmm. Okay? We good? Next slide. POLIST, portable medical orders for life-sustaining treatment. In some states, it's known as molest. That's because the doctors in the hospital are going to be molesting your wallet. Also, we go into the 5 wishes. Five wishes can all be done online, or you can order the book and do all that with your family. We were looking at 5 wishes on my cell phone, so you don't even have to have a fancy computer to do that. Next slide, please. This is the POLIST form. All right, if you notice, I only have section D in here, and this one's a lot different than the other one. Because right off, this is all for the doctor, discussed with the patient or the legally recognized decision maker. Advance directive dated and reviewed. They ask for the physician's name, their address, their phone number, their license number. This is legal in every other state. Colorado will take this too. But again, what if they send you down to San Juan and Farmington and they won't take the Colorado Most form? You'll have this one. But this one you have to do with your doctor or PA or registered nurse. Okay, that's the POLIST form. Green form, most, POLIST form, purple. Next slide, please. Free resources are available everywhere. I use caringinfo.com, or you can go to Colorado Checkerboard, Colorado, or you can come see me at the Veterans Center and we can discuss this in depth if you're still confused. We don't want anybody confused and we will sit down and spend the time personally with you. I know hospice can get you the forms, and they can help you with answering these questions for decision making. I just gave them a very nice little form that, where's the deed? Where are all the life insurance policies?
Does the most and the fullest forms, do those replace the yellow books, the old yellow books?
Yes.
The advanced directive for surgical medical?
Yes.
Treatment? Okay.
Yes.
They're just more concise and more, because those old forms they're not very straightforward.
We don't use the yellow book anymore. It's just these. I mean, there's some people that still take the yellow book, but as you're saying, they were really confusing.
Okay, so meaning if we have like a yellow book on file at the hospital,
You can leave. They'll honor that.
we should, but
You need.
we update it with the most.
You need to update it with this. Okay? And this is also something, if nothing else, you should review at least once a year. Maybe things have changed. You don't know. You can go ahead and hit the next one. This is just the question section now. Questions? Oh, come on. I know I'm not that good of a speaker.
I noticed that it seems like some of the forms you displayed there require or ask for a witness signature and a notarized signature on it.
Right.
Some do not.
Right. So in the state of Colorado, we do not require the notary for most of these forms, but when we leave the state, then they do. I see it. Well, he's not sitting there. For veterans, we have a different form altogether. That too requires a notary, but that gets uploaded into a national database. And if anybody who's a veteran needs help doing that form, again, come see me in my office and I will do it for you.
So if we don't have the witness signatures and we don't have the notary, it's not valid?
Right. Right, but in other states. It's valid in Colorado, but still, it's in your best interest to just grab somebody off the street. I'll come be your witness. You know, I don't know what to say. And then the bank always notarizes stuff for me for free. So I've never had a problem with any of that. Yeah. Next door. I'm in the Veterans Center across the road. Yeah.
Where's the Veterans Center?
Across the road.
With Ace Hardware?
No. In the back of the building, there are DAV vans there, Disabled American Veterans. If you go out this way, you will see the building. What did it used to be? Thompson Engineering, and years before that, it was Day Labor.
It's the triangle corner.
Yeah, it's a weird triangle. It's a weird building. The front part was built in the 20s, but then in the 30s and 40s, they added on to it. She's fixing to throw me out, so.
Time, David. So if you've got some more information, you've got some more questions.
Yeah, Mary.
I don't have a printer, so.
I can print all this out for you too. Yeah, just come see me next door. These guys can get you some. Now, I brought this up in private with the ladies in the back there. I'm no longer the benefits counselor for the 5-county region, but if you transfer property or assets out of your name within the last 5 years, you are not eligible for the expanded Medicaid for long-term care. End of discussion. So if I know I'm going to go to a nursing home, I cannot give my daughter my house right then and there. I had to do that more than 5 years ago. Okay. I don't really have anything of value. My pickup truck count?
I would imagine, David.
You know, new pickup trucks are like $80,000. That should be a significant asset.
Maybe a down payment on a house.
Yeah, well, that's more than what I paid for my house. But again, those are the rules for, and I used to belong to, it's called the SEP, Single Entry Point System, to get people that long-term care for nursing homes and home care assistance. So, but that is a hard and fast rule. Now, Medicaid Expanded Medicaid is not like Welfare Mom Medicaid. It's to help pay all the co-pays that go with Medicare and associated costs. And it is valuable. I don't know, last year a shared room at Madison House was $3,200 a month. If you have somebody with dementia or Parkinson's and we got to send them to Beehive, that's $13,000 a month. Those are not bills you want to be paying out of pocket. That it?
I thought you said expanded Medicare.
Medicaid. So it's not, it doesn't replace Medicare. It's an addition to. Medicare, after 65, is your primary insurance. It's actually the same thing for us veterans, except instead of Medicaid, VA pays all our co-pays.
Long-term care, you'd have to get through
Right, there's a screening process. You can't make more than $2,000 a month per person, per individual. So that financial limit's pretty down there. And most people I know who are collecting Social Security retirement as their sole income, they're not making $2,000 a month. Hi, hi.
Is there any way to separate off in the CPR? So, meaning, I went through a situation, my mom had everything all, trust, everything all in her.
Yeah.
Okay? Her issue was the lungs,
Uh-huh.
not her heart.
Right.
She was intubated for a month.
Yeah.
A month.
That's a breathing machine. But DNR also covers intubation. It's supposed to.
I went to the head doctor in this ICU unit, and I said, she has a medical directive, and it says no CPR.
Right.
Her heart was as healthy as a 10-year-old.
Right.
Her lungs would not sustain her another month.
Right.
So I had to go ahead and step up and make a decision and go through the palliative
Yeah.
care team and all of that. But is there any way, because the hospital, they would just keep her there
Well, I know.
eternally
And that
because her heart was still healthy?
and that's still a big part of my job is patient advocacy, because that's very common for hospitals and for nursing homes. I don't want to pick on any particular one next to the hospital, but they are very bad about not following any orders. And again, right at the beginning, I said a lot of times these places are going to charge you for medical services because they can get money from your insurance.
It wasn't local, so I'm not making
Yeah.
a statement on
No, I'm just saying that's common. You have to speak up.
So just to clarify on your statement, so intubation is not resuscitation.
No, I
So,
know that.
right, so resuscitation, a DNR, do not resuscitate, means to bring you back after your heart has stopped.
Is that because
That does not mean not to do everything until that point. So if you have a DNR in a place, the hospital is required to do everything to prevent your heart and lungs from stopping, including putting in a breathing tube. If that's something you're not interested in because you have your health conditions, you can opt for something called a DNI, which is a do not intubate, which would mean that they would not put you on a ventilator. So when you're talking to whoever's doing your health plan or your advanced directives, those are two very different things, and I think a lot of times people think a DNR means no care and no treatment, and that's not the case. A DNR only means do not bring me back if my heart has stopped. So filling out a 5 wishes or the Colorado Most form will give your physician and the hospital the most specific information for what you want. If all you have is a DNR, they will do absolutely everything possible to keep your heart from stopping in the first place. So if that helps clarify for you when you're putting your orders in or you're creating your paperwork, you don't want to just straight DNR if that's not what you're looking for.
See, even I learned something. I didn't know about the DNI.
I understand that, and but I think the best way to get to fulfill the needs of what the dying person or the person in distress wants, you have to talk to them. And my mom had COPD very badly, and in the last couple days of her life,
Yeah.
she was suffocating to death. And her last words were, "I want to be intubated." And so what happened was they intubated her, and then later I had to tell her that we are gonna, this is it, we are gonna give you morphine, you'll go to sleep, we'll pull the tube, and then you will pass away. And luckily, I didn't have to make that decision, but I would have. She made the decision for me, but I changed the way I think about intubation.
Yeah.
I think about intubation as a nurse as something that keeps you alive when you don't want to be alive. But intubation for somebody who has lung problems means that they can die comfortably because they're not choking to death.
Right.
They were doing respiratory therapy on my mom every 15 minutes. And finally, I told the doctor she needs to be intubated. She wants to be intubated, but he said because she has this DNR, or whatever she had at the time, she had to say it. So that was her last word.
Right.
I want to be intubated. But she was able to die peacefully.
No, no.
So intubation is not such a bad word as I thought it was. It's a way to die peacefully. And the key is let your loved one know what you want. And I have, not my brother, but my closest friend who's a paramedic. She knows what I want and can make the decision. So you need
Okay.
to find somebody who
Yeah.
follows you for
No, I get it. Back in my Marine Corps days, a piece of shrapnel collapsed my lung. When you can't breathe, you panic. Trust me, you really do. So I get it. I get it. Did you have one?
Yeah. Since Colorado, you have the right to die.
Yeah.
If you're dying from cancer, which anything,
Right.
you know you probably only have a few days left. There is a pill that they give you that will allow you to go to sleep and not wake up. I don't know if they have an injection now that they can do. It would be something quicker and faster.
So
And do other states allow you to die?
some do. Some do. And you're not going to get end of life treatment from a doctor anywhere on the Western Slope. The matter of fact, the only hospital I know that does it is out in Pueblo, and I don't know much about them. But that doctor-assisted suicide, it's a very touchy subject. You know, there's a lot of potential liability from other family members there. So very, very few people medical professionals want to even go down that road. They're not going to talk to you about it here at our hospital. They're not going to talk to you about it at Mercy. I don't know what to say.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Betsy, and I'm coming up next. Just got mentioned. Yeah, I'm going to be going over, I can touch on that a little bit, as far as locally what is available as far as my awareness is. So I can touch on
So we
that.
can jump into that in just a moment. Does anybody else have questions for Dave?
Good. I can go home now.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming.
Did you want to take all those documents out of that stick and move them into your laptop, or?
We can do that. Can I grab the mic?
No, it's mine now.
Have it. Thank you.
Kind of like a fight over it.
Right. Let me know, Jedediah. Good. right, to hold court, right? It kind of feels that way with us.
Or you can take it across the street to me and I'll just email it over to Sylvia.
So we'll go ahead with our next presenter. Dr. Busby kind of already presented herself, so I will let her jump right into it. And while these topics are still hot, she is definitely an expert in her field, and she is a great resource. She is also our medical director here at Hospice of Montezuma, and we appreciate her services so much. Thank you. Dr. Busby. Amy, if you could just hook that onto your shirt.
Okay.
They're videoing.
Okay.
I can also,
Yeah. See if I can get that.
there we go.
Does that work?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Kelly Busby. I have been back in Cortez now since 2010. I worked for 8 years at Southwest Health System and the medical clinic that used to be on Elm Street. And then since 2018, I've had my own private practice, and it's now located on Washington Street near the Wendy's. I am family medicine board certified, and in addition to that, I'm osteopathic manipulation board certified. So if you'd like to know more about my own personal private practice, I did bring some pamphlets over. I brought some cards. You guys can look up my website. All the information you could ever want to know about me and my practice is on the website. So that's just my little plug about myself. And then I have been blessed with being medical director for Hospice 2. Some of the nurses that have worked here for many, many, many years, I've worked with for now, does that make 14 years then? Do my math here? Yes, I've been in the area for 14 years now. So I'm probably one of the last one standing that's been here that long. So, meaning I haven't retired and I haven't left the area. So that is me. My topic is to talk about the beautiful green most form, and then also to talk about the beautiful Colorado Health Hospital Association's Advanced Directives form. I know there's the 5 wishes stuff. There's other resources out there for advanced directives, but we're going to talk a little bit about the difference between those two. And then since that's a hot topic too, I will briefly touch on the right to die information that I am aware of that we have discussed both here at hospice, and then what I've discussed with my patients, what I've discussed with a couple of the providers who were doing it in Durango, and a little bit about how that works, okay? Anything else medical you can think of I need to talk on today while I'm here, or you'll think of it as we go, okay? So I'm going to talk first, and then we can do some questions at the end, as if that works, okay? So first off, the green most form. Why is this so obnoxiously green? You want to put this on your refrigerator once you get it filled out, so that if an ambulance comes to pick you up, they are looking for that. Okay, that's why it's this color. So they know to look for this color on a refrigerator, side of a freezer, something in a region of your house, so that they know what to do and what your wishes were for resuscitation. Okay? So the best way to fill this out is not in a panicked moment at an ER or at the end of an office visit with your doctor. To truly get the most benefit and a full discussion to answer all your questions with your doctor, schedule an appointment just to go over this, okay? Because otherwise we end up doing it in a 5-minute thing, and then we're doing more stuff with you the rest of your visit, and you will not get all of your questions answered, and there's a lot of information you need to know, okay? So first off, your physician, your primary care provider, does not know if you go through CPR if you will come out being a vegetable or not, okay? That is the consistent question I've had. I've now been in practice for 20, I'm getting up there now, 20 years, okay?
And I've had the same question all 20 years. Well, I do want CPR if I'm not going to be a vegetable, but if I'm going to come out a vegetable, I don't want it. It doesn't work that way. We have no idea what's going to happen after CPR, okay? The focus of CPR is to get your heart jump-started and beating again, to get blood flow to your brain when it's not beating. That's it. And to get some oxygen in there, okay? And anymore, CPR is simply chest compressions. We're not even told to do the breathing part. And in fact, a lay person who's doing CPR and first aid training, they don't even tell them to go ahead and do the breathing part. They just say at least just do chest compressions, okay? So, we have lots of information today. If you want to know what a real chest compression thing looks like, I would suggest going to a YouTube video and see if there's a video out there showing you the real deal. It is not gentle. It is not television made for television videos, okay? You will break ribs. And the older the patient is, the more likely you will have broken ribs. Now, if your heart starts beating again and they get everything kind of blood flowing again, you could still have a punctured lung, and you could still end up in the hospital ICU for a while. But you'd be alive. But again, I don't know if you would be a vegetable or not, okay? And so those are things that you need to have in mind so that you understand how this works. And then you go through this with your physician. Sorry, I'm moving, aren't I? You go through this with your physician so you can answer all these questions with them, okay? Huh? Yeah, they should. Most offices do have the form. We always had a file folder full of these.
Especially if you make a special appointment for that.
Yeah, yeah. And again, if it's something like, hey, I know I need to do that, you can tack it on at the end if you already have gone through it yourself and you know what your answers are going to be. But I would highly suggest if you think you're going to have questions or you want to have some time to just schedule the appointment for this, okay? First off, the first one, box A. Yes, I want CPR. I want compressions, and I want, you know, they might do bagged oxygen if it's an ambulance person. Or no, I do not want CPR. That's it. That's yes or no, one or the other. Box B gets into a little bit more like advanced directives. Or if you are breathing and you have a pulse, then what do you want to have done? Do you want full treatment? Do you want just to have some IV fluids, maybe some IV antibiotics? Just if you have a bad pneumonia, stuff like that. So if you have a pulse and you're breathing and the ambulance comes, box B kind of covers that information. Box C talks about artificially administered nutrition, so getting food in your IV, okay, keeping you alive. So if someone is in a vegetative state or is in the ICU and they're breathing and their heart is beating but they're not awake, do you want IV nutrition? Do you not want IV nutrition? Is it short term? So some of these questions are going to be in your advanced directives too, but just so you know, understand the boxes that are on here. And then lastly, box D is who we discussed it with. Did we discuss it with your medical power of attorney? Did we discuss it with the patient? Did we discuss it with the next of kin? I have, back in residency and when I was working in the hospital, I have filled out a number of these in the ER, on the floors. And again, those are not the best times that you want these filled out. So it's something to think about before you get into that emergency situation, okay? So, and you can change your mind. If you say yes, you want CPR, and then you go and you've had the whole discussion with your doctor, and then you go watch the video and you're like, oh no, I don't want CPR. You go back into the doctor, you take this form with you, and you just have it signed and changed here, okay? Or you can fill out a new one. So this is good to have. I would recommend too, though, with Southwest being supposedly connected with the hospital too in their electronic interfaces, technically the ER should be able to pull up the GE medical record system and see this. Yeah, I know. You guys know. So I'm saying technically, it should happen. But it probably is a good idea if you're at Southwest Clinics or if you're at Access or whatever, just to go drop a copy of it off at the hospital for your chart to scan into the hospital. Am I right? Yes. To scan into your hospital side of things because it's two different programs. Yes.
And it might need further follow-up.
Yes.
I have had my form in the hospital computer, and they still can't find it.
I know. I know. I can't help that.
Yeah. No.
I wish I could.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It
Make
may not
sure
be
everyone
enough
knows.
to do all
Yeah.
the steps that you've
Yeah.
recommended.
Yeah. And we have changed programs a couple of times in the last 15 years, 14 years. So a lot of things, unfortunately, have fallen away or disappeared or, So it is good to follow up, okay? And if you get a new provider, because unfortunately that's happening a lot too. If you get a new provider, you may want to mention to them, hey, by the way, I need you to go look at this that's in my electronic chart so that you know, because I know we've had a lot of turnover in the last few years, so they're not going to necessarily go through your whole chart before they meet with you. So, yes?
If you have a medical power of attorney and you have one of these,
Uh-huh.
and you're not able to make decisions, which one overrides which?
You should make your medical power of attorney aware of this, your desires.
Agree with something on there, can they override that, or does that hold up first? Or do the doctors recommend it?
Yeah. Huh? The POA is usually who gets to designate, yeah. I mean, we'll look at this, but if you have a medical power of attorney who's there saying, no, I want everything done, legally they have that ability to do that. Yeah. So again, that's where, and I'm not an expert in the medical power of attorneys. That's going to be your lawyer questions. But you definitely want to have those conversations with them, whoever you're choosing to be a medical power of attorney, so that you're hopefully on the same page. Yes.
If you have that green form on file at Southwest Memorial Hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a medical problem, let's say in Grand Junction or Farmington or somewhere else,
Mm-hmm.
can they get it?
Hopefully. If you get transferred, they're supposed to send this with the records.
Yeah, but if your medical problem starts in Farmington, or
If it's down there. Technically, if they think to call Southwest to get it. So it's going to depend on what the policies at San Juan or Mercy or Grand Junction, what their policies are. If you have a family member that's there with you that's like, we have one on file at, or can say, I know this person is do not resuscitate, ideally someone in the ER down there could call up and get it. Or more likely they would call your primary care doctor's office if it's during the day to ask what that status is.
The green one doesn't work out of state.
Oh, you're right.
We were just told that in the prior session.
Oh, that there's a purple one now
but
for New Mexico?
I'm not sure that that's true.
It would work for Grand Junction. And so, yes, legally binding, but if a hospital is calling to find out what your preferences are, the information should still stand, because that's what a hospital is calling about. Like, what is their preferred treatment?
And I would say if there is a lot of questions around that, if you are doing a lot of traveling, if you do have family members that are out of state, if you go visit often and you could have a medical emergency when you're there, definitely call whoever your legal provider is and ask them about that. They should be able to give you more information on that.
we have lots of people in this community that are snowbirds.
Yes, we do.
6 months out of the year they're in Arizona.
True. So, Colorado Board of Health. I think when when you get into, because this template is also Colorado State Board of Health. So when you are working on your advanced directives paperwork, that would be a good question to have with your attorney as well. Because not only does this form talk about your advanced directives, which we're going to go through here next, it also has the CPR, the do not resuscitate form in here too. And again, this is Colorado Hospital Association. However, I would think it would be a legal document no matter what state you're in if you've gone over it with an attorney and have your notarization. And if I'm wrong, please clarify that with the lawyers later today. Yeah.
And I would just say from working in the environment, if you are in an ICU or an ER, the staff there is going to do their best to meet your wishes, even if you come in from an out of state.
Yeah.
So if you were to go into the Southwest and you were from, say, Arizona, because you know, it's the summer or whenever, they're going to do their best to meet your wishes. The time that's going to become an issue is if you have somebody contesting it. So
Yeah.
if you have the Colorado MIST form and you go to New Mexico and you were in the hospital in Farmington and you had the MOST form and somebody showed up and said that they disagreed with what was on your form,
yeah.
then the legality of your form and whether or not the hospital would follow your form would be more of an issue. But if you were to show up, let's say, on a trip in Texas and you have your MOST form, the hospital is most likely going to follow your wishes because that's the goal, is for them to follow your wishes. So I would say, like, at least at Southwest, we will follow your wishes. As long as there's no one there contesting what document you have, it doesn't matter what state it's from.
Yeah, because really this one is just about following your wishes for resuscitation, okay? Yes, it's a legally binding document in the state of Colorado because you've signed it and your doctor has signed it, but it's also about what your wishes are for resuscitation, and this is the most important stuff. And like she was saying, unless you have a family member in a different state that's contesting it, that's where it may get a little sticky. But as far as a medical person that is addressing your needs in an emergency room or an ICU or something like that, we just want to follow what your wishes have been. And we have a document that has your signature on it, even if it's out of state, saying these are your wishes. Okay? Yes?
It's sort of technical, but I can scan that, the green thing in green and put it on my iPhone.
Uh-huh.
And I could display that to other hospitals.
You would think,
They
yeah.
would allow it?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
If you can put it under your health icon.
Yep, that health ID.
Access, so if you were in an accident and EMS comes, you know the iPhones have a health button that presents all of your information, your allergies, and your wishes. You can put that there, and anybody who finds you, like if they found you in a car accident, they can pull that up, and they will access your advanced directive, and they will follow it.
Yeah. Well, but if it's an emergency thing, they can. I mean, I think there's an emergency button, and it allows you to get to the health part. So, okay. Next page, or next section. So this booklet, which is usually at most offices, I believe it's still at most offices. I know we have a bunch here too. This has both another CPR directive or a do not resuscitate directive in it form. So if you want a packet that has everything in it, it folds out here. Same questions. Just in a little bit different order. And some of you may remember, if you guys have been in town long enough, we used to have the triplicate paper that you signed with your doctor. It was not green. That was the do not resuscitate, and then you had multiple copies to take to the hospital and to keep at your doctor's office and all of that. So this one looks more like that paperwork. Okay? So this is the same thing as the green. And then we go to the advanced directives. So again, this is information to be notarized. So you don't necessarily have to go over it with your lawyer. It's probably good to, but as long as you have filled this out and had it notarized and signed it in front of a notary, It is your legal and binding advance directives document. Okay? So, what all does it talk about? This is going to address more long-term treatment. So while the green form talks a little bit about do you want IV nutrition, do you want food through an IV or not, this one really gives you more long-term information to go by, okay? So as a medical example, if you have had a stroke and we are keeping you alive and we're trying to get your brain to try to come back online, but you're mostly in a coma or you're not able to be unintubated at the time, this talks about how long do you want that to continue, okay? So this side of things, the advanced directive living will information, is more for those long-term medical care stays, okay? So, and again, it depends on what the injury has been. If somebody's been in a car accident and you're in your 30s, you know, you're going to be wanting to recover from that and let your body heal. And even if you're really, really, really broken, you know, so, 3 months in the hospital, which again, I think we boot people out at 2 weeks anymore for everything, but can possibly be if you've been severely injured. And that's going to be where a lot more of this information comes in handy. If we are older and we're closer to end of life and we do have a massive stroke, then the question is, how long do you want that prolonged? Can I recover from this? Can I not? And if we've had a stroke, we're not going to be able to make those decisions at that point in time because we may not have full capacity. So that's where this information is going to come in handy. Like, how long do you want some time to recover and some time to heal? And this is, again, you can fill all of this one out without the doctor, okay? This has a lot of explanation. This little booklet is great. There's a lot of information explaining a lot of it in here. So you can go through and fill this out, but again, I would strongly encourage you to have that appointment with your doctor if you have any questions about this that same day you do the green form, so that you can ask all of your questions. Like, what does this mean? Well, what if I have this problem or that problem? And should I do this? Should I not do this? And hopefully you have a relationship with your primary care doctor where you can go through those questions and they can answer those for you. Okay? So this is going to talk about all life-sustaining procedures. Talks about artificial nutrition. We talked about being fed through IVs and hydration. If you are in a persistent vegetative state, we talked about that a little bit, then how long do you want these same things done? The resolution with the medical power of attorney that you allowed them to either override these directives or not. That information is there. And then also, like, who else do you want contacted? Like, what other family members might you want to list if your medical power of attorney is not available? Or who else do you just want aware of your condition? There's a place for that too. If you want to donate organs or tissues, is on here. So a lot of information on here to read through and fill out, and again, address with your doctor, ask those questions, make that appointment. There is also, I love this booklet, there's also a medical durable power of attorney for healthcare decisions form right here. So again, you can kind of cover all your bases with just one little booklet, okay? So yeah, that is this little booklet. That's advanced directives. I know there's this book. Like I said, most clinics, at least they used to, have this in the files. So if you're going in for an appointment to discuss this, they should be able to get this too. We used to have these sitting on the front counter when you went in. There used to be a basket full of them. So I know they've had them.
So, get that where?
Your doctor's office?
Doctor's office.
Yeah.
And the ER also.
Do you guys still?
Go in to register, you can ask.
You can ask for one of these.
Ask is, do you have an advance directive, durable power of attorney, living will, or would you like information on it? And so then you say, yes, I want information on it, and they give you.
Awesome.
Where do you get the green most?
Same place, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they all have it. Thank you. I'm like, I'm out of the loop now. Yes.
I have a question with those AED devices that they
Yes.
have now. There's no way to say, I would like to have an AED rather than the compressions, so, do ambulances do AED or what
Yeah,
do they do?
yeah. So, yes, AEDs are everywhere now. And they've made it super easy, so a layman can use them now too, because now the AEDs, they're a lot better than the paddles that you guys used to see on TV and everything. The pads go on, and then the AED is reading what rhythm you're in. Not everything is a shockable rhythm. Okay? There's only 2 rhythms that they're going to shock. If you are in a super duper slow rhythm, it's not going to do anything. And it's going to say, start compressions. Okay? So the AED comes into play with the compressions or not compressions, because majority of the time, if an ambulance is showing up, they're putting those pads on you regardless if it looks like you're down and you have no pulse and you're not breathing. So the pads are going on. And if you're out, you know, they always talk about these instances. If you're out at the park and you're close to an AED, and a stranger who happens to know CPR sees you go down, they're going to call for help, and then they're supposed to take the AED pads and put them on you. Okay? And then again, if it says shockable rhythm, stand back, then they stand back. But if it says no shock required, start CPR, then that compressions are going to begin. So that's what's going on with the AEDs. Yeah. Yes?
You're using the title primary care physician.
Yes.
In our worlds today, you don't see physicians. You see assistants.
Yeah, provider, I'm sorry.
Provider.
Yes.
Okay.
Primary care provider, I'm sorry.
So if you get somebody in Cortez to sign that, who's a provider, assistant, and you have a problem in Grand Junction or somewhere else,
It still works.
Is that form any good?
Yes. Yes. So forgive me, that was my little slip. Primary care providers, so a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant can both sign these too, and it is still legal. Yes. They're able to sign these without a co-signature. So, yeah. So whoever you are seeing for your primary care, whether it's a physician, a nurse practitioner, or a PA, all of them can sign it and go through it with you. Yes?
So we've been talking a lot about POAs. Do they have to be on site or can they be via the phone?
The person themselves, yeah.
The POA, yeah. So let's say you're in a wreck somewhere and
Yeah.
you've got a designated POA.
As long as they can find that information, they can call them on the phone.
They can be called on the phone.
Yeah.
I had to make decisions for my mom in Grand Junction over the phone.
Yeah.
It was always not a problem. They knew my name by the end of the week. So.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they'll call. They'll call. They don't have to be on site. Okay. And last but not least, how am I doing on time?
You're doing great.
Okay.
Doing great.
I'm like,
Another 15 minutes.
Okay.
We can take some more questions at the end.
okay. So, Right to Die Act in Colorado. So this is my understanding. If I misquote anything, please forgive me. However, the Right to Die Act is basically if you have been declared by 2 physicians to have 6 months or less left because of your medical condition, then those 2 physicians sign off on that, and then those 2 physicians usually are the ones who order the medications for you. It is not physician-assisted suicide in the state of Colorado. They are not on site. It is completely out of their hands. They are having those medications mailed to you, and then it is your choice whether you take them or not. If you have a medical illness where you are not technically able to make those decisions anymore, in those last 6 months, you cannot make those medical decisions. Okay? You cannot say, hey, I want that option if I ever get to this point, and then be at that 6-month mark. And if you're not able to make that decision is out of your hands. You can no longer make that decision. Okay? So you have to be competent to be able to make that decision with 2 physicians declaring that you have 6 months or less to live. Okay? So in Durango, there were 2 physicians, and again, I don't know the status of their office. There were 2 physicians who worked together. They had a clinic set up for this. I understand there is now another physician in Durango who is doing more palliative care on her own in her own practice, okay, who I also believe is able to write for the prescriptions. But again, there has to be that second, you have to have 2 physicians sign the paperwork. And as far as if it can be a PA or a nurse practitioner, I don't know on that one. I don't know if you've heard it otherwise. I think it has to be the 2 physicians, and I think that's why they set up the clinic the way they did in Durango. Okay. The next thing, I'm just thinking of other things. So the 6-month window is also what we are looking at as hospice. Okay. So if you have a terminal illness such as cancer or end-stage heart disease or end-stage lung disease, which is pretty far advanced by the time someone is being referred to hospice for those things. Again, we are making that same decision if you go on hospice based on, do I think this patient has 6 months or less to live? Okay? So we have a bunch of criteria with Medicare, and I know that the doctors in Durango, because I know both of the 2 who were doing this in Durango told me about this information. They too are using similar criteria based on, do I think you have 6 months or less to live? So the criteria is similar for hospice and for the right to die medications, okay? Other than, again, you have to be cognitively able to make that decision. If you've been declared incompetent, or if you are not mentally able to converse those decisions, then you cannot qualify for that. Okay? So, lastly, I'm trying to think, there was one other thing I was going to talk about on that. If you've applied for both, please share that with hospice. There's no judgment from anyone, okay? But we cannot legally be there when the patient chooses to take that medicine to die, because that is a liability for us as well, okay? And so that's why I wanted to clarify, it is not physician-assisted suicide. It is the patient's decision to take that medication. A doctor is not giving it. A doctor is not doing any injections, or provider. It is and that is how the liability is cut off from the doctors who are sending that medication, because they're not giving it to you. They have simply prescribed it, and it is your choice whether to take it or not. Okay, so that's my understanding and what I have gotten from the doctors who are doing that. So I know I've got 2 questions here. Go ahead.
And the patient has to be able to self-administer, correct?
Yeah, because otherwise you're looking at somewhat murder. Yeah. Yes.
I think there's some additional steps in the right to die. You have to have the 2 physician certification of, we guess it's less than 6 months. The person has to make the request, and it used to be that they had to repeat the request in writing, and there are criteria.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
For that request. They have to repeat it again. It used to be 2 weeks. Now Colorado has gone to more like some of the other states, where you repeat your request written in 48 hours.
Is it 2 days now? Yeah.
And I think that's a fairly recent
changed
in
the requirements. Yeah.
And then you're given the prescription. However, those medicines may be difficult to come by. So filling the prescription may take a while.
Yeah. And my understanding is that it was being, it was not necessarily an out-of-state, but it was a mail order pharmacy that was providing as far as for Dr. Roach and Dr. Grossman in Durango, that it was then mailed to the patient. The actual meds were mailed to the patient from whatever pharmacy they sent it to. So, and I don't know if that's changed too or not, but that's my understanding. And then, like I said, there's the palliative care physician who's set up her own clinic too, who is doing that in Durango. And I did read through the law. It is very confusing and lots of legalese, shall we say. But that's my take on having dealt with it with any, in hospice here. And when I asked questions of my colleagues that I knew about. And so I just want everyone aware of that. I've had patients ask me about it who are part of my practice, and they've said, I've moved to Colorado for that option. And so I know enough that where I can explain that to them too. Because again, they were under the impression that, if I get this diagnosis and then I can just go request it. But if you're not in that 6-month window, you could have 3 years left, even if it is a cancer diagnosis. So though there are a lot more qualifications than I think has been spread around, and that was the information I wanted to make sure everybody had, because it's not discussed. It's just, hey, we have this, and then nobody knows how it all works. So that's been the difficulty, I would say, for Colorado.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Do you know what, like, the medication, is it just like a heart-stopping medication?
I don't know. I haven't actually looked that up.
I was just curious.
Yeah, I have no idea which one it is. I should know that, but I don't. I haven't looked it up. Yes.
Kind of a new thing.
Yeah, it's been within the last couple years, so.
Can you explain the
Palliative care versus hospice? Okay, so palliative care is more of pain relieving care. So palliative definitely gets lumped into the hospice realm of sorts, because our goal is to also relieve pain as far as make you comfortable in those end 6 months of life. But palliative care also has kind of taken on a life of its own as well. So pain relief for a multitude of reasons. If you see oncology and they tell you, well, we're going to give you chemotherapy, but it's only going to be palliative, it just means it's not curative. So palliative can also be medications that just make you less uncomfortable. So if you have a high blood pressure, as a simple example, that gives you headaches all the time, but you're in the end of life, maybe they're doing a blood pressure medicine so it comes down enough that you're not having headaches. But again, it's not going to solve your problem that's going to be your end of life. So palliative, it kind of is a big picture. I think the goal of just a palliative clinic by itself, or what the goal of the physician in Durango is for more end of life and helping patients to get in and get some care before they're at the hospice point. Okay? So if we have a patient who's, maybe stage 2 cancer, which is not too advanced, stage 4 is very advanced, but maybe somebody has stage 2 cancer, but they've decided, I don't really want to do chemotherapy because I think that's going to make my life even shorter. They might go see palliative care, so they're set up with a physician who, as the cancer progresses, they can see and get medication with way before they're ready for hospice. Does that make sense? So it's kind of the catchover. Now, Durango also has a palliative care clinic at Mercy that is jointly with their hospice practice, okay? So they're kind of doing the same thing, and then when they're ready for hospice, they can go right on into hospice. But Mercy has, their medical director at Mercy is actually your physician once you go on to hospice. And here we try to keep you with your primary care provider. Even the decision to go on to hospice has been made because they theoretically know you better, and so that, and theoretically want to be full scope and part of your whole life from beginning to end. And so we are a community-based hospice where your primary care provider is still a part of your care. Mercy Hospice is not. They take on your care. The doctors hand you off in Durango to that doctor, and they do everything because it's a full-time job over there. So, but that's the other palliative place over there. Yes?
Excuse me, I've heard that if a patient does not, or a sick person does not have a primary care physician, that when they pass, an autopsy is required. Do you know about that?
No, I have not heard that. Again, it would depend on if you're on, like if you were on hospice, no autopsy needed because it's already. If they're not, yeah, if they're not. I think it's mostly decided if it's a suspicious circumstance or not. If somebody passes and the ambulance is called and, no, do not resuscitate or anything like that, then they do have to call the coroner to come out to do the evaluation, and then I think George makes the decision.
I think unattended.
Unattended.
Unattended death. So
Yeah.
If you were to die at home alone, then it's one of the mandatory requirements.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can actually look up what the requirements are, they're very specific. Like, if you're pregnant, if you had a child within the last 6 months, if you're unattended, if you've been admitted to the hospital and been inpatient for less than 24 hours, like there's a very, very specific list. So if you're home alone and found home alone, then it's a required.
Yeah.
You're seen by the coroner, but if you're an expected death and you have somebody who's aware of your illness, I bet you choose not to be part of any of the programs, then they would sign off that it was an expected death.
Yeah.
But if you look online, there's like a list, I think it's like 12 items, and they're very, very clear on what's a required autopsy and what is a requested autopsy.
Okay.
And online,
Sorry?
online where?
I think you can just Google like what requires an autopsy.
And just so everybody knows Miss Lorraine's background, she is
Yes, she is.
So
I'm not leaning on you at all right now.
I'm
No.
glad that you're here today. I should have called you in advance.
Yeah.
So, but she is qualified to talk about it if you want to give people your background so that they know.
So I've been an ICU nurse for the last 25 years. I worked in pediatric ICU and adult ICU and spent the last 10 years here in Cortez working with Southwest, and actually just retired from nursing in the fall. So,
Yes.
My references are just from personal experiences, either in emergency rooms or intensive care, where I've spent quite a bit of time working with the deaf and the dying and their families, and a lot of the paperwork that we talk about here and how we utilize those papers in making decisions and helping families come to terms with the decisions that their families have already decided.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Busby?
I am.
Yes.
Are you related to?
I am not related to Bud Busby.
You're
No.
General Busby out of Miramar, Marine Base.
Nope.
Oh darn.
My dad is Rob Busby. He's here in town now too, and no relation to Bud and Tina, Bud was a nurse anesthetist here back in the 90s. And my mom used to my mother worked for the hospital too, and they'd always try to give her Bud's mail. And she's like, I'm not married to Bud.
It
So.
seemed like you'd been asked that question
I have. Well, because I had a number of patients that were actually spreading around town that I was. And I'm like, no. We need to stop that. To Bud Busby.
The Marine base at Miramar.
I don't think I've had that one.
Yes.
I haven't had that one.
I had a picture.
You'll have to send me a picture of that one, yeah. So, yeah, it's a more unusual name for sure. But I did go to, I consider myself local because I went to junior high school here, moved away for college and medical school, and then came back. So that's why I say I've been back since 2010, because I've been a part of the community for many years now. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For your time today.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, this to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. So is everybody doing okay? Lots of information still. I know. It makes for a long day. Bye. So we have one more speaker today. Her name is Tiffany Cross, and she is an RN here at Hospice of Montezuma. She has a wealth of knowledge. She approaches all of her patients with an adaptive approach because not all cases are alike. And she is a joy to work with. I share an office with her, and we share many laughs on a daily basis. She graduated from San Juan, and Tiffany serves on the Dolores Volunteer Fire and Rescue and helps those in need. She is extremely passionate about education, and any type of education she can gain that benefits her patients, she is always willing to do that education. She lives in Dolores with her husband Ross and has two of the most adorable children you'll ever see. And every time they make a visit to the office with Mom, I tend to spoil them with candy just a little bit. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tiffany. Thanks, Tiffany.
I don't know that. You have to. We're videoing. Hello. So, first, let's give it up for the ladies that put this on for us today. They put a lot of work and energy and time into getting all the presenters here and everything organized for us to give you guys this wealth of knowledge. So, thank you very much. And then to our speakers who are no longer here except Dr. Busby, but lots of great speakers today. We just want to shout out and say thank you to them. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you because they done gave you all the information, so. And Heidi told you all about me, so I kind of lack in what I'm going to tell you. No, I started, my entire career has been in healthcare. I started at the age of 17, working in local assisted living facilities in the area. So 10 plus years of that before I entered into nursing school and finished out my degree in 2018. Coming to hospice in 2020, right in the midst of COVID, I decided that the facilities weren't the place for me anymore because we had taken so much rights from the residents that lived there, and I didn't want to be a part of that. So I got to come to hospice, which I absolutely love. It's a joy working here. I get to now enter into other people's homes and take care of them in their environment and allow them to take charge of their own care. Hospice is very individualized and unique care, so we really tailor what we're doing for our patients and the families. We individualize that care. So there's specific things that each person is getting to meet their needs on an individual basis. We have 7 registered nurses and 3 CNAs, and we also have a nurse practitioner on staff. She does regular nursing visits as well, but she does a lot of our face-to-face because we have to have a nurse practitioner do that. So we have a lot of knowledge in the building regarding diagnoses, and we get to work with most of the diagnoses that we have are kind of similar cases. We see a lot of the same types of cancers and the same types of diagnoses. So we kind of gear our education to our nurses to those specific diagnoses, so that way our nurses have a really clear understanding of like that progression. That way we can teach the patient and the caregivers what they can anticipate and expect as they decline. Probably my favorite part, Heidi already said, but my favorite part working here in-house as well as in the patient's homes is the education, the teaching, allowing them to take control of their own care. I know a lot of people are overwhelmed when they have a caregiving situation. You have a loved one who's declining. Allowing them to have some of that power back, over their own lives and over just knowing what to expect and being prepared and not having those emergency panic attacks, oh my gosh, what's happening? What do I need to be doing? So we offer lots of services, and I'm not sure what all has been talked about today. I know Naria also talked about things, but we have unlimited nursing visits, social services, which we call family support. And then we also have a medical equipment. I'm looking at this as reference. Medical equipment program. It's a lending program. So that's very unique to Hospice of Montezuma. We get to provide those things to the community. And we also are allowed to provide services to community members even if they don't have the ability to pay. So if you have no payer source, if you don't have an insurance, if you don't have a way to pay for hospice, we don't decline your services. As well as, we're allowed to offer this lending program where we get equipment and we're able to lend it out to you so you don't have to purchase new, which is very unique to hospice. I think, that us being a nonprofit allows us to do a lot of things that are unique for our community and what our community needs. So, yeah.
Any questions for Tiffany? If you're not a client of hospice, can you still borrow the medical equipment?
Yes. So those services are to the community. The whole community. We also have bereavement services for the entire community. And we, even if you're not on our hospice and you're needing bereavement, we do bereavement for the entire community. Whether you're a patient, past patient, never had anybody in our programs, we offer those services to the community. Yeah. And as the nursing visits go, when we go in the homes, we are just providing education, medication reviews, helping you straighten out medications. If you need pill boxes filled, we do that, doing assessments. And then we work closely with local providers as well as our medical director, Dr. Busby, and Courtney Jones, who's also a secondary medical director. We work very closely with them to manage your care and make sure that you're comfortable. Yeah.
I had a question. Do you go into the nursing homes or the...
We do. We do. We offer those services to all of the nursing homes and assisted livings in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because something came up in the Valley Inn over there. My own story. But
that's okay. You can...
Well, that there was a conflict between hospice and what they were supposed to do for this patient and what the Valley Inn did.
Yeah. So when COVID hit, it kind of took us all out of all of the facilities. The facilities were really on lockdown. Nobody was really allowed in. So we have been working diligently to get back in there and offer those services to people. So we're just freshly getting back in, and there's some quirks that have to be worked out. But yes, we do offer those services. Yes, and we also offer services to those who don't have a caregiver. I know that that's come up before, that if you don't have a caregiver, you can't be on hospice, but we do offer support there too. So we're doing a lot of wonderful things. I think every person that works here has the heart to work here. And we have, it's a joy and a privilege for us to be in the homes of these folks, our community members, taking care of them during their most vulnerable times. And yeah, everybody here really, I think they're here for the right reason. And I really think that Hospice of Montezuma, if you ask me, is leading the way in what healthcare should look like. Not looking at the financials, not looking at, the position somebody's in, just accepting them where they're at.
Well, I know medical people cannot, they say we cannot force her to eat. We can't, I understand they can't force her.
Right.
It's almost like they can't even do anything, without, and I noticed the difference between hospice, who, can do things, they can put notes up, we've even had instances where they say, oh no, we can't write up here that, this and this and this, that's kind of an invasion of the patient's privacy. And I'm like,
the medical field is very restricted.
Mhm.
And I think yours is just so much more open to, you know, you're taking care of them in every way, like emotionally and so
Absolutely, and they are still in charge of their care. I came from the assisted living facilities where I was seeing patients who were coming into the home, and I mean, they're stripped of everything. They're very, it's not necessarily they're doing it to be mean, but they have their own set of guidelines and they're very strict on those guidelines. So they have to follow these rules, but it takes our autonomy away, you know, and so there's a lot of things like that you can't do, and it's hospice is not like that. It's very much driven by the patient. I think you had yours up way back there first. Yes, you.
What are the medical qualifications or thresholds for somebody to be in hospice or qualify for hospice?
That's also very individualized. I mean, we have a set of guidelines that we do follow that Medicare provides us. And so it's on an individual basis if you're qualifying depending on your status, so if you have somebody we're questioning if they're eligible for hospice or not based on their medical records, we usually send out a nurse to do a consult and then work with Dr. Busby on if we feel like they should be on hospice or not.
And anybody can make a referral. Anybody can make a referral. So if you know of somebody that they might not have a primary care provider, they might not be seen by anybody in a medical position, but you notice that they're declining, or you notice that there's something different, you can always call our office for a referral, and we will always go out and visit that person and see what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah, what I really like about this hospice is that it's nonprofit. And years ago, I did work here, and I did admissions for off and on 5 years. But Medicare will cover hospice care, but only if you're 65 and above. But what if you're dying of cancer and you're 40? You have no health care really coverage. And I ran into many people in that dire straits. One man was in a trailer with no bathroom, no running water, and we set him up for everything and helped him out. And that's what I really appreciate. And as a nurse for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, I always promoted hospice, and Dr. Begay worked really well with hospice, and I tried to collaborate when I was down there. And so we had a few patients that died on hospice care, and it's such a blessing. It's such a blessing, and it's a concept that natives have a hard time.
I think in general, everyone kind of, talking about death is kind of a voodoo. Like, if I talk about it, it's going to happen, and that's not the case. I mean, I'm around it all the time, and I'm still here, It's unfortunate. I tell all my patients, there's two things that every person has in common, right? We're all born and we all die. And we don't get to say how we come into the world, right? Some of us have some crazy birth stories, but we do have a say of how we go out. And hospice can help you with that, and you don't have to suffer. And something else to note about hospice is you don't have to wait until, if you get a terminal diagnosis, look us up right away. We can get you on and start building a relationship with you and your family. We still have people who are in the community working, that we service. So you don't have to be in a bed to be on hospice is what I'm getting at. If you're able to get on hospice, let's start building that relationship. If you want to graduate off, you can do that. That's something a lot of people don't know. Like, if once I'm on, I'm on. Once you're on, you can leave hospice. You don't have to be on hospice. If you get better, you can be discharged. That's something to note. You don't have to wait until the last. And it's better if you don't, because then everyone's in a crisis mode. Your family members are in a crisis mode. Sometimes you're in a crisis mode if you wait too long to call us. Yes?
How is hospice funded?
Well, it's through Medicare. You probably know more than I do about that. And then the community, right?
Right, we have a lot of
Funding,
donors.
grant writing.
Yes, grant writing. So, and there's all different kinds of avenues. If people are insured, we can look into some of those facets. But we do have the flexibility here at Hospice of Montezuma that we are a nonprofit. So we look for funding from different places and different areas that typically others don't have the option to do.
Yes.
Do you accept like donations of maybe, for instance, like the pads for beds?
The chucks?
Like that? Do you have a list of donation supplies?
We just, a lot of times people just bring it in and if we can't use it, we figure out where to take it, who can use it.
Shelter. I was just wondering if you guys had a set list.
No, not really.
We don't have a set list. If ever we're looking for particular items, we could definitely post that in our newsletter or through social media. Those would probably be our best outlets for that. So make sure to follow us on Facebook. Make sure to sign up for our email. I promise I won't inundate you with spam emails. Usually it's just happening quarterly right now. And it's just kind of what's going on here at Hospice of Montezuma and what we're offering the community for support. So if there's seminars or if we're doing some fundraising efforts or launching a new program like our Pet Peace of Mind that you heard talked about earlier. That's all that those newsletters are. Every now and again, Carol will add a few things here and there. So we do have a sign-up sheet because obviously I want your permission before I send those types of things. So we do have a sign-up sheet. So if you're interested in any of that, we'd love to have your email and just, like I said, I won't overdo it, I promise. Because I know how those are. When you're like Home Depot for the 18th time today, I don't need any mail. So I get it. So, any other questions for Tiffany today?
This is just a comment.
Sure.
With asking about the things that are donated.
Yes.
I work for the senior center out at Dove Creek, and personally we have received items like wheelchair or different things like that that we can use in our facility. The VFW out there also has had donations from them, so it gets spread around so everybody can use it.
It does, and anytime we have a surplus, we try to get it back out into the community. But like Tiffany said, we do have available DME for use within the community. So if you ever do have even a surgery, any of those types of things where you're requiring, one of the shower benches, check with us first before purchasing those items. We'd be happy to share with you. So if we have it available, we're happy to share it with you. So those are all things. And another thing, we've got a couple of chairs today that were donated. They were in disrepair. We got them fixed up. We got some batteries. So if anyone knows of anyone who is looking for the scooter or a chair, all we ask is the donation for the batteries, because we did replace the batteries, which are a little bit costly. But those are there also. If you know of anyone who needs them in the community and would be willing to make a donation, please let us know. Thank you, Tiffany.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Let me get this thing off.
All right. Whew, we made it. Is everybody still okay? Like I said, lots of information that we covered here today. And so, I'll keep the closing short. And then we also have, on the north wall over here, we have a whole bunch of resources that are available. In your packet today, you'll see a checklist. So this checklist is a lot of the materials that were covered here today, the drawing for the toolkit, the 5 wishes, all of those documents. So if you have an interest in any of those documents, all we're doing is covering our costs for those documents. So if you want to check them, fill out your name, address, phone number. We can take payment for those today, and we will have those documents prepared for you on May 2nd, and you can come by the office whenever it is a good time for you to pick those up. So that is what the checklist is for. We also included a brief survey that in the packet also. If everyone would take a moment just to fill that out. Once again, we're always interested in what we're doing well, and conversely, what you feel we can improve upon. So if there's anything that you feel like we neglected to cover today, or anything from your experience or your knowledge that you think would be great presented in a format such as this, we would love that feedback, so we'll collect those at the end of the seminar. So let me get to my closing here.
I just have a question.
Yes,
Is
yes.
the DVD an actual one that you have to put in a DVD player,
It-
or do you have a?
It is. It is an actual DVD player. I can talk to Mesa Media is the one who's been doing the audio and video for us today. And I can talk to him about other methods. So if that would be of interest, we can do that as well. Okay? I can get some more information around that and let you know right after. If you need more detail on anything, we encourage you to please call our office. Or any of the presenters that were here today, feel free to reach out to them as well because they are experts in their field. Please make sure to stop by the table. Lots of resources over there. So if you'd like to think on it and don't want to commit to any of the materials today, that's okay too. Call our office at any time and we can get any of that together for you. So please sign up for our newsletter if you don't mind, and please follow us on Facebook. We have some exciting things that happen here, and our Pet Peace of Mind program, we just had a couple of really successful stories there. We had a patient of ours that the pet was kind of in limbo after the person passed, and we were able to rehome both of those pets within 72 hours. It was a phenomenal story, and once again gave our patient peace of mind that those pets were cared for. So just another service that we do offer, and Pet Peace of Mind is actually a national program. So you can always look them up online, and they work with lots of hospice organizations nationwide. So our current culture provides so many options. I mean, I go to the grocery store and I see a 60-foot section of ice cream that's 6 feet tall. And I'm like, how am I gonna get mine all the way up there? Because I'm short, so I climb for it. But it's my favorite ice cream, so that's why I'm always after it. I'm willing to make the climb, and Hospice of Montezuma is kind of like my favorite ice cream. We offer a premium service, and it's definitely worth looking into those services if you need them. So I'll leave you with one of our favorite quotes here at the office. We cannot change the outcome, but we can affect the journey. And that is Ann Richardson. That is what we truly are here for. So if anyone ever needs any of our services, please don't hesitate to call. Thank you for coming today, and if we can ever affect your journey, it would be our honor to serve your needs. Thank you very much. Please feel free, don't be in a hurry. If you have questions for anybody, feel free to grab resources, and thank you for coming.